Hey.
Hey guys, what's up? I gotta show you something. Check out this picture I found. Look at that. He's on his way to work. He works in an office. Anyway.
Toilet.
Anyway.
You know.
We'll be right back.
Joe Rogan, I urge you to check this goddamn thing out, man.
Train by day, Joe Rogan podcast by night. Cut your meat.
Nobody. Great. Okay, we gotta check in with the king of all media. Joe Rogan, what's he got there? Well, what's he got there? A la-doo-doo? What's he got there? A
Toilet.
What is that? A la... Okay. Ooh, why am I not in the YouTube algorithm anymore? I wonder.
I just think, you know, Peter Thiel is giving a 4-part lecture on the Antichrist.
Who? Yeah, that seems odd.
4-part. Well, here's what's really
Let
wild
that guy
to me.
talk, Joe.
4 parts.
Right.
It's not just one. One lecture on the Antichrist would be insane.
You might say that it's
the beginning of the rise of the Antichrist. When I look at this news, I start having an anxiety attack, and it makes me cry to even look at him.
Okay, this is a funny part in this Joe Rogan, Tim Dillon thing because they're both like, man, these guys, man, what the hell is with these guys? These guys are a little weird. These guys are a little... Go ahead, man.
Weird.
That's funny because Joe Rogan has had all these guys on his show, and he's like, that's fascinating. He just talks to me, that's fascinating, man, wow. But this is where I get my news from the Joe Rogan program, so I was like, oh, I didn't hear about that. That guy, Peter Thiel, he's giving a... What the hell is a goddamn stupid thing? Oh, he's giving a lecture. I think I might check this out since San Francisco. Oh, it's sold out? What the hell?
What?
Oh, man, it's sold out.
She spit on him.
She spit on him on that one. Important, this ticket includes all 4 events. Oh, check out this event here. You are warmly invited to a series. Is it a warm? It's on a website. That's not that warm. You are coldly and technologically invited to a series of 4 lectures by Pete Thiel, addressing the topic of the biblical Antichrist.
The beginning of the rise of the Antichrist, and it makes me cry.
Don't cry about it, man. Peter is a technological... What is he? He's a technology entrepreneur and investor. Spent much of his career writing and speaking about how his Christian faith informs his understanding of the world. Oh, I'll check that out, man. Religious thinkers upon whom Peter will draw include René Girard, Frank Bacon, Jonathan Swift, Carl Schmitt, John Henry Newman. Oh, John Henry Newman. That's the guy from Butch Cassidy and the stupid joke. Who's going to this? Who did this sell out to? Oh, I think I see why it sold out. Drinks and small bites, and then drinks and desserts. They're just there for the food, man. This is me walking around this lecture. Hey, what the hell is that? Some kind of little amuse-bouche or something? This is pretty good. Oh, there's a tracking chip in that. Oh, god damn it. I ate 10 of those already. Wait, let's look at these goddamn Joe Rogan comments right here. What does it say? Tune in. What the hell does this son of a bitch right here say? What does this wretched pendejo jeez right here say? Oh, he do like, tune in next week for my episode with Peter Thiel where we don't mention any of this. Hey, shut up, man. That Joe doesn't do stuff like that, man.
Lay off Joe, man. Hey, lay off Joe. He's doing his best.
So yeah, in that, like, I think this appears to be the official invite to this thing they're talking about. But what does it say again? Religious thinkers upon whom Peter will draw include all of these guys, including Carl Schmitt. Oh, who?
What?
Huh?
Yeah, I don't know. It seems like a lot of these kind of tech guys, they want to be seen as like public intellectuals or something. Or they're just trying to convince people of... So, you know, they're calling this guy, they're like, that's kind of weird, man. That guy kind of seems like the Even Joe Rogan's like, that guy kind of seems like the Antichrist. That guy who came on my show. And I was just going like... Guy kind of looks like him. Seems like him. It's kind of weird he's doing a lecture on that. And then you look at that thing and he's like, he draws upon religious thinkers like blah, 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 and Carl Schmitt. And you see something like that and you're like, okay, this guy thinks he's some kind of public intellectual. Maybe he's doing something where he's like, oh, look, we got to examine all these thinkers, all these philosophers and all this crap. Or maybe like, oh, we got to like critique this or so, you know. But from what I've seen, what I know about Carl Schmitt, he was like one of the main like Nazi philosophers and legal architects, kind of. He's like, the president should have full power over everything, including media kind of stuff. Okay, yeah, you can bring up any thinker, philosopher you want or whatever. It doesn't necessarily mean you agree with everything on this guy. But in this case, it does seem like the guy that they're talking about, Peter Thiel, who they're also like, he might also be the Antichrist. I've had him on my show, by the way. Like, he agrees with a lot of that stuff. So that's it's a bit of a red flag there. Anyway. Okay, but before we get into the more, what do we say, substantial parts of this, how many views on this? 250,000 in 5 hours.
Cut your meat.
Oh, man, with those kind of numbers, you could...
Cut your meat.
What does that mean? Okay.
Didn't OJ Simpson write a book called If I Did It?
Yeah,
No,
I have
he
a copy
didn't.
of it.
So this is Peter Thiel's version of that. His lecture on the Antichrist is If I Did It.
I think
by
my
OJ.
wife threw it out, honestly.
No.
Yes.
Oh, come on.
She's known to do things like that.
I get it. As a woman, you would see it and go, he doesn't need
Well,
this.
she thinks it's for because I
fun,
go,
yeah.
somebody gave it to me for fun. It's
Yeah.
signed.
Right.
It was a signed copy.
Amazing.
And sometimes she will throw things like that out if they gather dust for a little too long. I understand.
Okay.
I don't.
Okay, this is not a very important part, but I did think this was one of the two funniest parts of this, an 8-hour podcast.
Joe Rogan's wife throwing stuff away.
He had a signed copy of If I Did It by OJ Simpson.
By OJ Simpson?
She's like, Joe, are you going to read? It's just a little insight into Joe's family life. Joe, are you actually going to read this? Yeah, I want to see what how he would do it if he did do it, which he didn't. Come on, Joe. They get into a whole argument. You're really going to read it? I said yes.
Like real old school, like waspy.
Didn't you get invited to have lunch or something, or dinner with Peter?
Give him a break.
Yes, I said no.
Did you?
I said no. I'm a little wary of that circle of people.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not saying there's anything inherently evil about them, because obviously there's people in there. I don't know that I want to go to a dinner with someone who's going to talk endlessly about the Antichrist.
But yet you'll go to Saudi Arabia
Yeah, of course.
and perform.
Hey.
She spit on him.
Hey, give that guy a break, man.
The beginning of the rise of the Antichrist.
Both of she's kind of spitting on them in this one. Kind of going back and forth a little bit here. This is what comedians do. They kind of give each other this.
Boom, 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 boom.
This is just like the weirdest possible version of that. Okay.
Of course.
I've been to Peter's house twice.
Yeah.
I went once
Great.
with dinner with Eric Weinstein. I forget who else.
Oh, I love
and
that
then
guy.
the second time he brought me in.
I'm sure he's a very nice guy. Like Peter Thiel. People
is a
that
nice
know
guy.
him
I've
go,
had
he's
him
a
on the
nice guy.
podcast.
He's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I don't.
Except for the
again,
Carl Schmidt thing, man.
I get invited to a lot of dinners and a lot
Go
of
ahead.
things. And what I try to do is I try to say to myself, I need to be able to criticize people and make fun of them.
Okay, yeah, man.
I've been seeing the stories about this all over YouTube. And Joe Rogan is giving a little bit of she spit on him, which do like this.
She spit on him.
If you weren't aware. If you weren't aware of that, it goes like this.
She spit on him.
For doing this comedy festival in Saudi Arabia. Okay, let's check out this Breaking Points. An individual Breaking Points video is called a Breaking Point. Cut that out. Cut out what I just said.
That's on YouTube. Crystal, what are you taking a look at?
Well,
Leave her alone.
in just a few short weeks, a who's who of comedy will board international flights bound for Riyadh for Saudi Arabia's massive comedy festival. Billed as the largest comedy festival in the world, the star-studded lineup includes the likes of Dave Chappelle, Tim Dillon, Bill Burr, Aziz Ansari, Whitney Cummings, Pete,
and
Arun Brown.
And the headliner
Paul Bette Davidson.
featuring
Deshaun Parker.
Wow, what a lineup.
Davidson, Kevin Hart, and a whole lot more where those came from. You got your right-wingers, you got your left-wingers, you got your relatively apolitical, all coming together in a shared appreciation for the shower of Saudi cash that lured them to this event in the first place. What about Saudi's imposed starvation of Yemen? What about their authoritarian speech suppression and vicious approach to dissent? What about the brutal murder and dismembering of Jamal Khashoggi, their rampant abuse of migrant workers, including allegations of human trafficking? Well, as Tim Dillon makes plain, the payouts were enough to get everyone to look the other way.
They're paying me $375,000 for one show.
Right.
Now, a lot of other people are getting
Joe Rogan
1.6
spit on him
million.
about that.
That's not me.
Hey,
I'm not.
Tim, come on, man. I get it. You're the headliner, but am I allowed to speak? This is not the Comedy Store where I have to work.
Check. What's going on, everybody? Is everybody? This is the beginning of the stream. I am talking into the mic. Oh my goodness. I had a real emergency situation before beginning the stream where I thought I would be able to easily figure out how to stream on Twitch and on YouTube at the same time. And it turns out that is actually quite a bit more difficult than I thought it would be. Mic audio is good. I love to hear that. I've been having issues with the audio. I've been getting like in like the streams when I watch them back lately. I've been getting this weird like hum in the background. It sounds like awful. And somebody reached out to me. It's like, oh, you got to get a ground, something to do with the ground. I can't remember exactly what it was. Some kind of ground thing. What was it? Ground cable wire, ground audio, ground news, ground control. No, not ground control. Ground control to Major Tom. Ground loop isolator. And I got one, and I've plugged it in, and then my mic didn't work at all. So I don't know. One of these bad boys. I'm flying by the seat of my pants over here, but as long as the audio sounds good, then we're good. I also have I have it set up so that I'm hearing what I'm saying as I'm talking, and it's really throwing me off. If I sound like I'm sort of like halting in my words and speech, it's because I keep feeling like I'm interrupting someone. I feel like, oh, somebody just started talking as I was talking, and I'm like, oh, hello? Yeah. Sweeter than anything? You're saying that's a lemon, like this thing? Like it's supposed to still, like I assume that when I plug this into my XLR cable, it's not just supposed to make my mic not work, right? It's supposed to at least, even if it doesn't work, even if like this thing doesn't work, it should still let audio go through. I would assume. I mean, I got it was like $12, so I mean, whatever. I guess I should have got one of the more expensive ones. Oh, and you're so right. Hang on one second. How do I do this again? Where's my chat? Where'd my chat go? Oh, that's what the heck? Okay, some good silence for everybody. No, this is so weird. Actually, where did my YouTube chat go? Okay, I guess I gotta get it again. Restore chat. Pop out chat. Okay. That's crazy. You guys don't even know how bad I am at OBS. I guess you kind of do at this point. Okay. Here we go. Okay. And I miss. Oh yes. This is what I was gonna say. You're so right, Ryan. Don't forget your lights. I forgot to turn on my lights last time. Here, one sec. Let me get these going. And while I do this, watch a little bit more RN Brown. One sec.
Work the door. Whatever. Now I forgot what I was gonna say. Oh yeah, shut up for a second, man. Joe Rogan spit on him about this. Okay, anyway.
Not in that bracket. But they're giving me $375. Others are getting $150. Why are they doing it? Here's the point. Okay? I am doing this because they're paying me a large sum of money. They're paying me enough money to look the other way. Do you understand?
Yeah.
Look the other way. That's a 4-word.
Yeah, do look like a lot of the fans are pissed off about this. What does this say? Tim sold out for a seafood tower. Why are we even surprised about this? That is one of the jokes. Okay. Bill Burr being in this sucks. I guess everyone has a price. Hey, give that guy a break, man. Bill Burr threw a fit when golfers played in a league funded by the Saudi. Okay. Hold on. Let me check this out. Yeah. Here's another guy who's pissed off about this. Kyle. Let's check.
Kyle. Yeah. Okay. We got the lights. We got sound, kind of. We're doing this. We're in it. Ground loop, isolator. Oh, that was you, eh? Sweeter than anything? Oh, yeah. Oh, thanks for the tip. Was this the thing I was supposed to get? But like one that works, I guess? Is this what you were sort of recommending? Well, I really appreciate your help. I don't know a lot about audio, as you guys may be able to tell. Okay, I'm just going to have to practice speaking without the... oh, geez. I got to turn this thing off. Okay, monitor off. Okay, check. Okay, now I can't hear, so you guys got to let me know if something goes wrong with the audio. I straight up cannot function while that thing is on. I got no ground. What are you standing on? Come on now. Come on now. Yeah. So we are about to talk about some stuff. All right. So I am, oh, by the way, let me just also toss you guys that link. I mean, I'm sure you guys know about RM Brown, but just in case, very funny channel, does a bunch of good videos. Go check him out, support him. See, I didn't play the full video, so that gives you a little, oh, well, now I should go watch it in full sometime later. Not right now, because right now I'm watching the stream. But I am streaming on Twitch too. If you're a Twitch person, I got Twitch going. I got YouTube stream going. I got all kinds of stuff going. How's my Twitch stream? How is my Twitch stream doing? Assuming it's not doing very well. Oh, hell yeah. No one watching? Wait, how do I tell? One viewer. I think that's me, though. Okay. Well, my 11 followers. You guys got to do better than that. If you guys prefer to watch on, what's it called? On Twitch. How do I get my own? Let's see. This is probably the worst intro to a stream ever. Where do I even get the stream info, clip that raid channel? Oh, geez. Yeah, okay. This is like just too many things for me to keep track of at once. I would really benefit from every second that I'm not streaming, that I'm just practicing streaming. Like I have it on secret channels, like maybe they're like hidden or something, and I'm just like practicing, like, how do I do all this shit? Because the only time I can actually figure this shit out is while I'm actually doing it. So, yeah, crazy. I don't know if did that even make sense. I feel like it didn't. But yeah, here's me Twitch. Here's me Twitch, matey. Boom. When will you join Rumble? Yeah, any day. I can stream on Rumble. And what's the other one? Kick, Odyssey, Parler, Truth Social. I should just stream on all of the right-wing free speech apps. What would be the downside of that? RM Brown, the originator of the Brown sound. Nice. Very fun stuff. You look like you're about to hit a dope EDM drop. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Look at a DJ. Cool. I like EDM music. I don't know if that's really EDM, but okay, cool. I don't know, guys. Whatever. Oh, also, I'll mention. Okay, so as long as we're doing a little bit of housekeeping, and I haven't actually gotten into like anything that I was planning to get into so far, I will. I got stuff. I got lots of stuff to go over. But as long as we're doing a little bit of housekeeping, I also should mention. So, like, I've been streaming on my main channel, right? My Chill Goblin channel. Maybe you've heard of it. But I have a second YouTube channel, Extra Chill Goblin, where I've so far, all I've been doing there is posting clips. And yeah, maybe I can show you. Instead of just telling you about it, why don't I show you? I've got this is it. Extra Chill Goblin. So I got like a few clips. from past streams. They're edited. You know, I cut out all the gaps and ums and uhs and like, I don't know. So anyway, what was I saying? Cut out all those things. My girlfriend Ashley has been editing for me, so that's been really great. Shout out to Ashley, the Goblin Queen. I'm not sure if she's in the crowd right now, but she often is. And yeah. But here's the thing though, right? I've been streaming on here on my main channel. I've been posting the clips on this channel, but like every time I stream, I gotta tell you guys, every time I stream, I lose like 50 subscribers. And like at first I was like, whatever, 50 is not that much. And there's like, I usually have like 100 or 200 people watching, so like whatever, it's fine. Like people like it. But now I'm like, okay, so I've lost like about 1,000 subscribers since I started streaming every week. So I think I'm gonna start streaming on here regularly on the second channel. So let me throw you guys another link. Just giving you guys all the links here. And please go follow me over there, because that's where I would feel a lot less weird streaming from this channel, because I'm like, I feel like everybody on here is like actually like into the stream. Hey, it's the Goblin Queen, Ashley. Hello, I am watching. Yes, she's always watching. Oh, the Goblin Queen, you're here. Oh, jeez. Okay, so anyway, but yes, please follow me over there if you can. And I think this, like, I'm streaming here today, but maybe like next Sunday I'll try streaming from the extra chill side, if I can get that sorted out. I like the idea of like, you know, if you were here last week, you saw my stream with Presidential Penis, the guy who is one of the top mods of the our Epstein subreddit, and we did like a stream that we had spent like months like researching and preparing for and discussing with each other, and like a lot more work went into that than like the usual stream that I do. I mean, like I think I put like a little bit too much work into these streams. I should make them a little bit more casual. But hey, what can I say? I'm a hard worker. I'm a hard worker. I'm a perfectionist, and that has been the cause of most of the problems that I've had in my life. So I'd like to get a little bit more chill with it, extra chill, if you will, just to be on brand there. Extra chill goblin. And I feel like on this channel I'll feel like more comfortable with that. But if I do when I do another stream with Presidential Penis, or whenever I have a stream where I'm like, this is important, I'll probably do it on my main channel, because I know I do get more views over there. Anyway, okay, I feel like, just guys, so much housekeeping. This is not what you guys come here to see. We're here to learn about Donald Trump, SUPERSPY. Yeah, want to know about the new James Bond, the new what's another spy name? Guy Ritchie character, the new Robert Maxwell, if you will, the new super spy Donald Trump. Oh, you haven't heard about how Donald Trump is a spy? Yeah, someone leaked his someone blew his cover. Is that what they call it? Yeah, that's right. Let's take a look at this. From Allison in the Know. No idea who that is, but this is House Speaker Mike Johnson, Republican congressman, whatever, speaker, and he's got some news. Okay, if you haven't heard this, I think like with the Epstein stuff, like a lot of it didn't make sense, but this really explains a lot of stuff. All right, let's check it out.
He's not saying that when Epstein...
Oh, that's really quiet, yeah? Hang on. Hang on a second.
It is a hoax. It's a terrible...
Okay, it's really quiet. I turn it up like this.
He's not saying that what Epstein did is a hoax. It's a terrible, unspeakable evil. He believes that himself. When he first heard the rumor, he kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago. He was an FBI informant to try to take this stuff down. The president knows and has great sympathy for the women who have suffered these unspeakable harms. It's detestable to him. He and I have spoken about this as recently as 24 hours ago. He's not saying...
Can you guys hear that? It feels like really quiet, even for me, but I don't know. Maybe my volume's just down. But this is Speaker Johnson. And let's that's the whole thing, but let's actually break this down. Let's break down what he's saying here. So as you guys may have heard, there's been some Epstein stuff in the news. Donald Trump has said a bunch of different stuff about it. At first he was like, why is everybody still talking about Epstein? Epstein's boring. It's over. Okay, stop trying to make the Epstein thing happen. It's not going to happen. Nobody thinks it's cool. Nobody likes it. Nobody thinks it's good. And, and anyway, so it's like, that was his first thing. He was like, why are you guys talking about this? And then he was like, he sort of moved now to being like, oh, it's a hoax. It's a hoax. The Epstein hoax. The exact same way he talks about Russia, by the way. The Russia hoax, the Epstein hoax, the Epstein-Russia hoax. Am I a little bit quiet as well? Oh, geez. All right, well, whatever. And so that was crazy. He's calling it a hoax. And just a few days ago, this past week, I guess, there was a press conference on the steps of the Capitol building with Ro Khanna, Marjorie Taylor Greene, what's his name, Thomas Massey, I think, about the Epstein Files Transparency Act, I think it's called. Anyway, and Trump was like, people are supposed to vote on this bill to like release the Epstein files, and Trump has made it known, or someone from Trump's team anyway has made it known that like this will be considered a hostile act on him if you vote to release these files. Just like a real clusterfuck. Then there was I think I'm getting the order right here. Wait, maybe I have my timeline slightly off. Well, because there was another thing, and I forget if it happens after or before this. Let's just get into. I'll get into that later. But I think what he's responding to now is how people are like, why is he calling it a hoax? And one thing during that press conference, a lot of the victims said, it's not a hoax. Why does Trump keep calling it a hoax? We are real people, which is pretty understandable, I think, if you could slightly imagine what it would be like to be in their position. That must be infuriating to hear. Anyway, what was he saying? So Johnson was kind of responding to this kind of thing, and he it seems like let's listen to it.
He's not saying that what Epstein did is a hoax.
He's not saying it was a hoax. I mean, well, he literally is, though. He literally did say it was a hoax. He said this many times. Like, he's not saying the Epstein is a hoax. No, he is saying that. He calls it the Epstein hoax. That seems like pretty. Has referred to the ongoing controversy surrounding Jeffrey Epstein as a Democrat hoax. Very funny. Epstein hoax. Donald Trump says it's time to end Epstein hoax. That's one day ago. Epstein files hits a boiling point in Congress, dismissing the escalating national political furor as a Democrat hoax. This is last month. Trump calls Epstein controversy a hoax and bullshit. Okay, so he's not saying it's a hoax, because if he was trying to say that it wasn't a hoax, you would think he would use other words than, saying that it's a hoax and bullshit and calling it the Epstein hoax and saying it's a Democrat hoax. That I don't really know how else to read that. Maybe that's on me. But okay, so according to Mike Johnson, one of Trump's best friends. Yeah, no, it's not a hoax. Don't be weird about it. He's not saying it's a hoax.
He's not saying that what Epstein did is a hoax. It's a terrible, unspeakable evil. He believes that himself. When he first heard the rumor, he kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago.
Okay. When he first heard the rumor that Epstein was, what we now know about Epstein, Trump kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago. And that was one of the two competing explanations for why Donald Trump and Epstein had a falling out in 2004. And it seems like this is real. It seems like after 2004, Trump and Epstein did not speak. They were done. The relationship, they made a clean break. So there's been two explanations for a while. One was that they had an argument over a real estate deal, like a property, and another was over Trump found out that Epstein was recruiting people from Mar-a-Lago. And when I say recruiting, I mean like he'd find underage girls at Mar-a-Lago, working at Mar-a-Lago, and he would like bring them into his, pedophile trafficking network, whatever you want to call it. So yes, and Trump found out about this, and it was supposedly the daughter of a member of Mar-a-Lago, like another rich guy that this happens to. And then Trump was like, you know what? No more. I'm putting my foot down. It was one thing when he was recruiting girls from outside of Mar-a-Lago. It's another thing when he does it to a guy or whatever. I mean, like, so obviously, like one of those explanations is very popular with people who don't like Trump, and one of them is extremely popular with like people who are really into Epstein but are also really pro-Trump, like the MAGA side of the Epstein researcher base. But honestly, like I don't know, it could be either one. Like I could see it going either way. Like I don't really think very much of Donald Trump at all, but I could see him. If some of Epstein's antics, antics is a weird way to refer to this, what he was doing, but if some of Epstein's antics were inconvenient for Trump with the other, rich guys he's trying to like mingle with at Mar-a-Lago, I could see that being a reason why he would throw him out of the thing. So anyway, then like just recently, just this past fucking 2 months ago or something like that, Trump said that they asked him, like, why did you fall out with Epstein? And he said, oh, it's because he was stealing people from me. It wasn't even like, oh, I found out he was a child molester. No. He was stealing people who worked for me. He was like poaching my employees. It's like, what? Oh, that makes you sound way worse. Like no, that's not the worst possible thing. But it's like, why wouldn't you just go with the one that makes you sound like a hero a little bit? So that's the newest one, and that's from Trump. Crazy. Very crazy. Oh, that's funny, DM Collins. After the last live thing, I shared the Epstein list you shared on my Facebook page. It was the first time my MAGA cousin has liked one of my posts in years. I mean, like, Epstein is the great unifier in a way in our divided country right now. Like, when the fuck have Ro Khanna and Marjorie Taylor Greene done a press conference together? Never. But they did one this week about releasing the Epstein files. It's like, this is something that people care about. But okay, no. Okay, so I guess like, let's keep going with this. So I guess when Trump said that he was poaching people from him, like he was actually wrong or lying or something, or still trying to run cover for his, past. But no, apparently that is why he kicked them out. So then he goes on. I'll go back a little bit.
When he first heard the rumor, he kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago. He was an FBI.
First heard the rumor, he kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago. And also, if you look at there's a book, The Grifters Club, about Mar-a-Lago. These guys in their book, they went to Mar-a-Lago and they looked at like the membership lists and everything, and they found that Epstein had been a member of Mar-a-Lago until 2008. So that also doesn't make sense, because it does seem like they stopped hanging out in 2004 and they had a massive fight over real estate. Personally, I lean more towards the real estate end of things, but who knows? Okay, so he kicked him out when he heard about it. When he heard he was a bad guy, he kicked him out. Okay.
He was an FBI informant to try to take this stuff down.
He was an FBI informant to try to take this stuff down. What? Wait a second. He kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago because he was so mad that he was, abusing children. And he was an FBI informant to try to take this thing down. This thing, I guess, meaning like, elite billionaire pedophiles.
Take this stuff down.
This stuff down.
He was an FBI informant to try to take this stuff down.
That's crazy that he said this. Like, so okay, so like let's play out the tape. Okay, let's run out the tape here. Let's see if this makes sense. That means that Trump has been hanging out with Epstein from 1987 approximately until 2004, roughly. They're photographed together. They're filmed together. They're constantly seen together. They go to all these model events, modeling shows or fashion shows, really creepy to models together. They date the same people, like right after each other. You know, Epstein will date him first and then Trump will date him. There's lots of like crossover between them for like, you know, how long is that? 2004, 1987. That's like 17 years. So that whole time, Trump was just doing it to get closer to Epstein and to learn about him as part of an FBI something or other. Now, during that time, during the 90s, women are coming forward. We've got the farmers, Maria and Annie Farmer came forward in like 94 or something like that about him to the FBI. FBI did nothing. Then in 2004, Trump, who was a spy, who was an FBI informant, he was an informant to the FBI. And in 2004, he was still informing the FBI, and he found out that Epstein, whatever, something in Mar-a-Lago, and then he kicked him out of the thing. Like, I don't know how both of those things can be true, but okay. So Trump spent like 17 years gathering intel on Epstein, gave it to the FBI, and it was because of this intel that the FBI had that they were able to really throw the book at Epstein. And in 2009, I think it was that when he finally went to jail after the trial? 2009, he went to jail for, I think, just over 12 months. And he had a type of thing where he got to leave the jail for 12 hours a day, 6 days a week. And a lot of times he would just leave and stay overnight. And he would leave and he'd get on his plane and he'd fly away. And the prison guards who were supposed to be guarding him, even when he was at home and stuff, they didn't refer to him as a prisoner. They referred to him as a client. And anyway, just like so much of this shit, like it's just like, I would love to see Johnson here break this down. Like, I want to see the strings. I want to see the bulletin board, you know, the cork board with the red strings and the pins and the maps and the Polaroids and everything. Like, I want to see the crazy board, because how can, like, this doesn't even make sense with the previous sentence that he said. He's like, he kicked him out of Mar-a-Lago. If he had evidence of him doing that shit, why would he kick it? And he was trying to get close to him. Why would he kick him out of Mar-a-Lago? Why wouldn't he be like, great, now we can really get, like, it just doesn't make sense. Okay, sorry. I'll hear him out.
FBI informant to try to take this stuff down.
Crazy.
The president knows and has great sympathy for the women who have suffered these unspeakable harms.
He knows and has great sympathy for the women, okay?
It's detestable to him. He and I have spoken about this as recently as 24 hours ago. And he's not.
So, like, I don't know. Like, sometimes I notice, especially when I'm, like, editing my streams, I, like, talk off the top of my head on these. It's, like, very different from what I'm used to on, like, video essays where I get to type everything up ahead of time or whatever, read from a teleprompter. And sometimes I'm just, like, bullshitting. Sometimes I say stuff and I get facts wrong and I get whatever. And I mean, like, I have to assume that that's what he's doing here. But my God, what an insane thing to say. What a crazy, like, thing here. Yeah, informant seems to imply that Don got serious compromise on him, right? Why would Don work with the feds unless they had serious stuff on him? You mean like an FBI informant? I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean that, but yeah, it could mean like Trump got caught in like another criminal sting and they're like, you're going to jail, buddy, unless you can give us someone else who's like even worse. That could be. But yeah, so Trump's a CI. Trump's a snitch. I mean, snitches are bad, but if you're a snitch on Epstein, I feel like then that's totally fine. That's actually good. That's a good type of snitch to be. Absolutely insane. So Mike Johnson, he's an interesting character. Back when was this? July. Mike Johnson here, same guy, House Speaker. He told the press that he does not plan to allow votes on any measures related to the Jeffrey Epstein case. Let me zoom in for you guys. in the House's final week in Washington before a weeks-long recess, despite intense pressure from some of his own GOP members to go on the record on the issue. Yeah, very interesting. So he was saying, where was it? Yeah. So he's very, very behind Trump. I mean, I guess that's like not unusual since he's, what's the word? The House Speaker, majority, whatever it's called. This is from, when is this from? July 22nd. Oh, this is the same time. Oh, let me just get by that paywall. All right. Nope. Is that not working? Give me a second here. Just doing a little bit of illegal piracy. But Johnson cuts short House business to avoid vote on releasing Epstein files. Like he's like doing shit to like he's like, oh, we're gonna be voting on this. Hiya, like pocket sand. He's like, here we go. No vote. Actually, we're ending early today. I guess we'll take up the Epstein files vote on the 12th of never. Yeah. So this is the guy. We're done being lectured on transparency. Bold stance. Bold stance. Where the typically unflappable speaker appeared frustrated. Yeah, I mean, like, maybe he's unflappable. I don't know. Maybe he's like, people in Washington think he's like a typical politician. This guy seems like above average, like weird and stupid. Just because to go with this particular thing. It's such a desperate move. I mean, I don't know. I don't think people are going to believe it. Even like Trump's base, it just doesn't make sense. And he's not always with Trump, though. He doesn't always align with Donald Trump. There's also stuff like this. Mike Johnson splits with Trump on Epstein files cover-up. This was from, I think this is from August. This is 1 month ago. Wait, no, July. Okay, so even before that. House Speaker Mike Johnson publicly split with Donald Trump over Jeffrey Epstein Tuesday by calling for Attorney General Pam Bondi to release all records related to the sex offender. And if you'll recall that incredible clip of Bondi being confronted on that, sitting next to Trump, and he's like, why are we still talking about Epstein? What's with you guys? You guys are obsessed. What's going on with you guys? You guys really, really want to talk about Epstein. Jeez. If you like Epstein so much, why don't you marry him? I don't even know what's going on with everybody with Epstein. And then Pam Bondi's like, and he's like, do you want to answer that? Do you even want it? I mean, like, do you even want to answer that question? It's so boring. Like, you can answer, like, a different question if you want. You don't have to answer that. Answer whatever. Pick your own question. He really does not want people to talk about it. And so Mike Johnson, I guess this is before he got this was on Benny Johnson's podcast. It's a very delicate subject, but we should put everything out there and let the people decide. Pam Bondi needs to come forward and explain it to everybody. I like Pam. I mean, I think she's done a good job. We need the DOJ focusing on major priorities, so let's get this thing resolved. So this was during the period where like the strategy from a lot of people, not Trump, but the strategy from a lot of like people behind Trump was to be like, yo, let's just blame everything on Pam Bondi. Let's blame everything on Pam Bondi. And this is when he was like, we would love to give you guys the client list, but what's wrong with Pam Bondi? And then it turned out like Trump actually likes Pam Bondi and wasn't going to throw her under the bus. So, yeah, crazy. Very, very crazy. I think there are plenty of other big Republican donors that Johnson is eager to protect. Who do you like? Yeah, maybe. You may be right. I'm not sure. I think like looking through to the filling station. You're very familiar with this case. Would you say like could you name any like big Republican donors that would look bad? Like because my basic kind of like knowledge of the people in like the Black Book and the people we know were connected to Epstein and the people who have been accused of sexual assault in conjunction with Epstein, you know, people who Epstein trafficked women to, allegedly. They're mostly Democrats, like, except for Donald Trump. Like, it's like, I mean, there are some exceptions, but I guess donors is a good point, though, as opposed to like politicians, because I think the politicians are mostly Democrats, but donors, I mean, there's just like a lot of wealthy people who donate to both parties, certainly to Republicans. Thiel, maybe, yeah. I'm not fully convinced that, or maybe it's just I'm not sure how close Thiel and Epstein were. I mean, we have like those Ehud Barak email leaks where it's like they were talking to each other, or Ehud Barak and Epstein were like coordinating in order to like get funding from Thiel, and we have that. What was it called? Some fucking nerd name for another company, not Palantir, not Mithril. What was it? Some other Thiel company that like Epstein made millions of dollars off of something he did. No, yeah, I mean, I certainly don't think Thiel's into underage girls. Well, I don't know why. So wait, some of these are some of these not going through to the chat? That's odd. But they're showing up on the stream, but I don't see them in the chat. Oh no, here it is. Okay, my chat's just a little slow. Maybe it's because I'm streaming to two things at once. I don't know, guys. Yeah. Yeah, and like certainly like a lot of connections to Israel, and maybe like, you know, some AIPAC donors and things like that. I don't know. But I think like a play that you may actually see the Republicans do, like if Trump dies, God forbid, if something should happen to Trump, I feel like, I mean, I don't know. This is total speculation, but I feel like the, what's it called? The Republicans would have not a lot to lose by releasing the Epstein files. I'm sure they're like, you know, donors is a good point, but like overall, Republicans already have a base that is deluded enough to think that like all Democrats are Satan worshiping pedophiles, and in like to feed into that belief with like some actual Democrat people who abuse children would be like, it could almost end the Democrat Party if they played it, you know, in the smartest possible way. So yeah, I think that they're definitely trying to protect Trump, and I think that Trump is trying to protect himself, and people who are close to Trump want to protect him. But if Trump wasn't a factor, I imagine that they would like I don't know, there would not be a lot to lose from their perspective. But I could be wrong. But yeah, so interesting. This guy, Mike Johnson. Was he on a Benny Johnson's podcast? Oh yeah, Benny Johnson. No relation. Yeah, so very interesting. Also, you can see Mike Johnson and Pam Bondi are red here because I have my my automatic highlighter. That means that they get AIPAC money, or not AIPAC, but like the same sort of like interest groups as AIPAC. There's J Street and other kind of like Israel lobby. Yeah, that's what that red is. And then the yellow ones with the red on top is Epstein connections. Anyway, guys, yeah, weird, eh? So I guess Trump is who would have known? Trump was a super spy. Very crazy. What a crazy world. Now, I do have something else to look at. 1 second here. Boom, 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 boom. Let's try. Everybody subscribe to Chill Goblin, by the way. Epstein survivors press conference. Boom, ba-dum, bum, bum. Oh, geez. I didn't save the link, I guess. Okay, I think this one should maybe work.
Our country operates.
I have... Oh, no, this isn't the one I wanted. Where is it? I have... sorry, guys. I watched this entire thing and I made notes of a few points I wanted to play. Because it's like a 2-hour-long thing. Could this be it? No.
Thank you.
Thank you, Congresswoman Green, for your courage.
No.
Our country operates. It's how we will secure this nation's future.
Starting too late. Bum, 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 bum. Bum, bum. Sorry, gang. Give me a second here. Maybe if I search it. Epstein survivors press conference. Conferencee. USA Today. I mean, that's definitely not it. Oh man, listen, I have too many things. I got too many things open. That's my problem. Way too many things open. Where's the full vid? Epstein survivors press conference streaming online, free, full. I know what I'll do. I'll look in my YouTube history. But I don't want you guys to see that because, I mean, I just don't, okay? I don't want you to see how many tutorials on multi-streaming I watched. Okay. There it is. Yes, here it is. MSNBC.
Movement and a voice of resilience.
There we go. Okay. So this was the press conference that I mentioned earlier. So I think partially this is what Mike Johnson was kind of referencing because Trump gets brought up many times in this press conference. And in particular, his insane claim that, what was it? The survivors, that Epstein's a hoax. That made a lot of these women very upset. And so these are all women who chose, I think, a really smart time to come out, go to the, Capitol Hill. Part of this rally is on the steps of the Capitol, as you'll see, with some, lawmakers. Because Trump had sort of semi-successfully, I'll say, like, made this story leave the mainstream kind of press. To the Finland station. Great question. Sorry, I want to address this right. I'll address this right now. I'll get more into it later. Oh wait, what the heck? Where's the pop-up chat? Oh, there it is. What do y'all make of Nancy Mason MTG on this? So yeah, like it's weird. Like I said, like Epstein is a unifying issue. There's two Democrats that have put the bill forward, Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie, I think his name is. And then Nancy Mace, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and there's one other one, right? There's another particularly insane person who's come forward. Republican sponsors Epstein Files Transparency Act. I think that's what it's called. Full list of Republicans signing discharge to blah, 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 blah. The 4 Republicans. Okay, 4. 4 of them. And who are they? Where are they? Here we go. Thomas Massey's Republican? Okay, there it is. So Marjorie Taylor Greene, Nancy Mace, Lauren Boebert. Wait, okay, Thomas Massie is Republican. Oh, wait. Oh, that's interesting. Huh. Okay, I thought Massey was a Democrat. All right, well, there you go. Just shows you how much I know. But that's interesting. I do find it interesting, though, that, like, the three women, aside from Thomas Massey, I mean, like, hey, props to him for doing this, like, making an enemy out of Trump. Like, that is, like, a legitimately brave thing to do. You know, maybe that's, like, faint praise, but, like, yeah, like, this might be the end of your political career if you do that. So I guess I think it's fair to say. But, like, isn't it interesting that the three, like, sorry if I sound a little bit, you know, woke here, not to sound woke, but, like, interesting that it's three women Republicans who were the other ones who came forward to sign on to this bill. And I think, like, obviously, like, Marjorie Taylor Greene is, like, very, like, QAnon pilled. Same with Lauren Boebert. Nancy Mace seems like just an all around, like, I don't know. I don't want to be cruel. I don't want to bully Nancy Mace, but she seems kind of insane. But like Nancy Mace, like, she met with the Epstein survivors and she was in tears. She's like crying. And I think there's a reason that it's women, because yeah, you could be like, well, they're all crazy, but like, yeah, but there are a lot of crazy dudes in the Republican Party who talk a lot about how much they hate pedophiles and talk a lot about, like, Bill Clinton and prop up a ton of what's it called? Like, they prop up a ton of, like, QAnon, Pizzagate, like, way out there, like, anti-Semitic conspiracies, and yet they don't want to release the Epstein files. I think that's really, really fucked up. And I think that, like, in Nancy Mace's case, she actually has been a victim of, or a survivor of sexual assault, which I think that would inform how you would think about an issue like this. And I think in Marjorie Taylor Greene's case and maybe Lauren Boebert's case, Marjorie Taylor Greene, like, she seems to, like, actually believe what she says about, you know, like, she's not just being politically expedient when she says there's, like, Jewish space lasers or something like that. Like, she's not being, you know, oh, that's an interesting point, Von Bautista. That's an interesting point. I actually think Mike Johnson was telling the truth, just not in the way you interpreted it. Okay, interesting. Yeah. Like, what would you say? How would you describe what he meant there? But anyway, so yeah, Thomas Massey, I guess some people are saying he's a libertarian Republican. Okay. And so he's like a true believer. Yeah, Nancy Mace is a drama queen, but I mean, like, she's usually a drama queen in a way that, like, I mean, she's trying to help her career, like all of her anti-trans stuff, right? This one, I don't know. It rings different to me. Like, it rings like I don't see why you would break with Trump on something like this unless you really believed it was important. Because Trump is, like, being pretty clear, like, hey, if you stand with the Democrats on this, we are at war. You know what I mean? So, like, hey, I don't know. What are you going to do? But yeah, no, it's quite interesting. And we will actually hear from Marjorie Taylor Greene and Thomas Massey at this protest. But I don't want to go through the whole thing. It's like 2.5 hours long, or not 2.5. It's like 2:20. Okay, so yeah, almost 2.5 hours long. But I do want to go over a little bit of it. 1 second. Oh, I have so many things open. Yeah, maybe I'm wrong. I don't think he's saying that Trump was a super spy who was informing on Epstein over the years. Yeah, oh yeah, for sure. No, I think I definitely was going to the, what's the word? Like, I was reductio ad absurdum, right? That was a comedic exaggeration of what he's saying. But what would you say he's saying? You think sorry, we'll get into this in just 1 second. But with the Speaker Johnson thing, saying that Trump was an FBI informant, I guess, like, the nicest, like, the steel man you could make of that is that, hey, like, Trump was asked about Epstein, like, during the investigation, and he was very straightforward with the FBI. He helped the FBI learn about it, which I don't know that he ever did. I know that he did that with Brad Edwards in 2009. Trump was the one who gave the anonymous tip to the FBI in 2005 that got him arrested the first time. Okay. That could be. I could see that being. The feds only got involved later. That's true. At first, like, yeah. So that's a good point, Finland. So he's saying, and you know what? I think you're right. I actually hadn't interpreted it that way. But he's saying that Trump was the one who gave the anonymous tip to the FBI in 2005. And that's actually what Epstein thought. I think I heard Nancy Mace say the same thing. But yes, to the Finland station is correct. The feds only got involved later on. At first, this was a case for the Miami Police Department. What's it called? Miami Beach Police Department. And so how do we know it's not true? This is basically how it went down, guys. Just a real quick like overview. And this is just from my understanding. Why don't I bring up the Epstein Wikipedia page? But I believe, well, we do know that the first thing that kicked off this case was a mother why did I just search Jeffrey Epstein? I just want to make sure I'm getting my timing right here. Blah, 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 blah. Bear Stearns. Okay, legal issues. So Maria Farmer, this was in the 90s, 96. They went to the FBI. Nothing was done about it. First criminal case, 2005 to 2006. So in 2004, so yes, this is how the case started. It started with Palm Beach Police. That's what the thing was. I was calling it Miami Beach. Palm Beach. Ugh, how did I forget about that? Palm Beach Police were tipped off about young women coming and going from Epstein's home. This was a mother of a 14-year-old girl or something. I don't exactly remember how old she was, but like a teenager, found like $600 in her purse and was like, "What? Where did you get this?" And she was like, "It's this rich guy. Like, we go to his house and we like give him a massage." And she's like told her, and she was like, "Wait, what? Like, you and all of your friends are doing this? That's crazy." Okay, we got to take this to the cops. And they took it to the police. And then the police, because they had this one girl, the girl gave them the girl that recruited her and other girls she knew who were going. And then they went to those girls, and those girls gave them more girls. And they like uncovered this like vast pyramid scheme of sexual assault. And it was Detective Rickeri was one of the guys. Police Chief Michael Reiter. He was the guy who so when the FBI did step in, so the Palm Beach Police began a 13-month undercover investigation of Epstein, including a search of his home. During the investigation, Palm Beach Police Chief Michael Reiter publicly accused the Palm Beach County State Prosecutor Barry Kreischer of being too lenient and called for help from the FBI. So that is when the FBI got involved. So it does not seem to be the case. There's no record of Donald Trump talking to the FBI, of the FBI making any first moves on this case. This case was uncovered by the Palm Beach Police Department. And we know how it started. We have all this whole thing. And like, hey, like ACAB, whatever, fuck the cop, the police, yada, yada, yada. But the cops, like, this is how fucked up this story is, that the Palm Beach Police are like morally most like correct in like this whole story, almost like of everybody who is supposed to be trying to help these girls, the Palm Beach Police genuinely seems to be, and they were like furious seeing that, guys, we have so much evidence. This is like a dream case. Any lawyers, like prosecutors, dream case. This is an incredible amount of evidence we have. Like, why are you not moving on this? And first they were like, we got to get the FBI involved. And then once they did get the FBI involved, the feds got involved. Does it say the year? This would have been not in 2004, but around probably 2005, 6. In any case, the FBI got involved at that point. And then, the case fell apart, as we all know. Maybe they talked to Trump at some point, but as far as I know, the first person to talk to Trump was the lawyer Brad Edwards, who we'll also see in this press conference. Sorry, guys. Hope that isn't too much inside baseball there. Not inside baseball, that's not the right term, but like background that isn't super interesting. Oh, yo, I'm getting people in the Twitch chat. Yo, Twitch. Yes. I made a bunch of emotes for Twitch, but I mean, I don't know how to do it. Okay. Now, to the thing here. This is interesting. We got some interesting stuff here. So, a lot of people spoke. I'm not sure who this person is. This person we have. Oh, I believe this is Liz Stein. Oh, why won't it go? Yeah. This is Liz Stein over here. She is an Epstein victim who, you know what's interesting? Like, we think that, so here's something that I noticed. And I mean, this is just like, just something that I don't know. I don't have any statistics or anything, but this just seems true based on what I've seen. Epstein, I believe Epstein had well over 1,000 victims. We have not even seen like the tip of the iceberg, the tip of the tiniest point of the iceberg, whatever, as to like Epstein's victims coming forward. And any of these women who have come forward are being incredibly brave, especially considering all of the extremely wealthy and powerful men who are implicated in this. So it's great to see this press conference. So many women came. They showed their face. They attached their name. They're publicly, and a bunch of them did it for the first time ever. So that's awesome. Really, really cool to see. But one thing I've noticed is a lot of these women who have been able to, survive and thrive, whatever, I shouldn't say thrive, but a lot of the women who have been able to survive this trauma and move forward and then go back and do something like this and publicly stand by this experience. A lot of them have a lot of them work in like trauma counseling, for women, some sort of like sexual assault survivors support thing. Like, so many of them are like trauma therapists or, work in some way in this kind of, whatever world. I don't know. I just find that so interesting. And I imagine that like, that is probably like, I guess like, sort of like that plane with all the dots on it, like the survivorship bias or whatever, where it's like, wow, a lot of the women who go through this end up working in this field. And it's like, well, we don't know all of the women who went through this. We only know the ones who are standing by this experience, going out there, telling their story, whatever. Anyway, but yes, I believe Liz Stein does work in this. I think she says at the beginning of everything. Anyway, it's not super important. Then this is a Siegfried Macaulay. She's one of the lawyers for the victims. Here's Annie Farmer. Sorry guys, I'm just sort of skimming through here. Annie Farmer. So this was the first victim of Epstein's to come forward in like 94. She's a trauma counselor. She's a what's it called? Psychologist? Therapist? I forget exactly what it is she does. What is it? Annie Farmer. This is kind of interesting, right? Survivor of blah, 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 testified against Ghislaine Maxwell. Oh, geez. I don't know. I just want to know what she's up to now. Therapist, I think? I won't do this for every single person. This is too much. Yeah, she's a therapist. As a therapist, I'm here to help you through these challenging periods. This is her website. Anyways, okay. You know what? This is just like a little kind of interesting thing I noticed. It's not super important though. Should I play a little bit of this? No, but I will play this. So here's Annie Farmer. And then these guys are This is Sam Roberts, the guy with the beard there, and his wife, Amanda Roberts. So Sam Roberts is Virginia Roberts Giuffre's brother. And his wife, I think Amanda Roberts. And he gave an interesting speech. And at one point he gave a list of demands, which I thought was very interesting. Let me show that. It's somewhere around here.
It does not and must not bend to money, influence, or titles. We're here because every survivor deserves more than a headline. They deserve more than a single conviction. They deserve the full weight of the law behind them. Our demands are clear. Elaine Maxwell must remain in a maximum security prison for the rest of her life.
Which means, if you didn't hear the news, so Ghislaine Maxwell has been moved to a minimum security prison. Actually, she's in a prison where everyone in that prison is supposed to get the ability to have like day releases, like Epstein had back in like 2009 when he was in jail. Ghislaine moved into a prison like that where she is apparently supposed to get to be able to like leave the jail for days, whatever, like 12 hours a day, something like that. Insane. Yeah. Von Batista. That does make sense. I see what you're saying. I think you're right. I think that probably is what Johnson was trying to say, rather than that he's a super spy. But Maria Farmer. Okay, very interesting, Mark. Yes, Maria Farmer has gone into depth on this many times. Maria Farmer's Andy Farmer's sister. She was Epstein's concierge at his New York apartment. She's talked about Trump showing up. She's talked about Bill Clinton showing up. She's talked about Trump and Bill Clinton. She thinks are definitely like pedophiles. She's like been very, very clear on that. She has a story about like Trump going to see her and like she had just gotten to work and she was wearing like her rollerblading outfit or something like that. And Trump was like, said something really creepy or like looked at her legs or something. I forget exactly what it was. And then I think Epstein was like to Trump, he's like, "Oh, she's not for you. Come with me," as if to be like, "Oh, that one isn't like that. Like she's not one of my whatever girls that you get to assault. Come with me to meet those girls." I don't know. That's sort of what the implication was. Anyway, getting a little bit off topic here, but I did want to show this from Virginia's brother. So. Demand number one, Ghislaine must not go to a minimum security prison. She already is there, but I guess the demand would be put her back in max. Oops. There you go.
No leniency, no deals, no special treatment. The Epstein documents must be unsealed. Every name, every detail. No more secrets, no more protection for those who preyed on the vulnerable. And finally, we demand full accountability from every enabler, every accomplice, every person in power who turned a blind eye. The justice system was not designed to serve the powerful. It was meant to protect the people. And it's time it started doing just that. This movement isn't just about the past. It's about reshaping the future. A future where survivors are not shamed, silenced, or ignored, but heard, honored, and empowered. Yes. Thank you. Thank you for standing here, for fighting alongside us, and for refusing to let this story end with injustice. Virginia's voice echoes in every one of us. Let's make sure the world keeps listening. I want to end it with a quote from Virginia. And
Sorry, I didn't intend to show this much of it, but I find this very powerful. Hang on, we'll watch the rest of this this quote from Virginia, and then I'll talk about it a little bit.
I'm going to hand it over to my wife, Amanda.
This is a quote from Virginia's journals. "I look forward to the days when money and power does not stop the truth from coming out and the righteous prevail."
Short and sweet. So, yeah, I found that really powerful. I had never seen this guy This guy before, no, not Robert Maxwell. What's his name? Sam Roberts. There it is. Sam Roberts. I've never seen him before, but you can really tell he's Virginia's brother. Like he looks they look very similar. Now Virginia, if you're not familiar with Virginia Giuffre, she is a person who is like incredibly admirable, like one of the coolest people ever. She was not the first victim of Epstein's to like accuse him. That would be, I believe, the Farmers, Annie Farmer, Maria Farmer. She was the first victim to be public, to come out. And she was Epstein's like favorite girl for like years. And then she escaped. It's a crazy story of her escape. She married this guy in Australia. She got away from them. And then she was just going to lay low and they're like threatening her, but then they just kind of left her alone. And then after he went to jail and she was just like, what? He's just gets like a slap on the wrist. That's it. She was like, fuck that. She tried to get things going. She like tried to talk to authorities. Nobody was listening to her. She went to publications. Nobody was publishing what she was saying. So she ended up going to the UK and talking to a bunch of like the Daily Mail. The Daily Mail, like in the early 2000s, that was like the only place that there was, or not the early 2000s, but like in like the 2010s, whatever, they published so much shit about Epstein and they interviewed Virginia. They published the photo of her with Prince Andrew with his hand around her waist and Ghislaine there. She talked to them. She would talk to anyone. She was like determined to get the story out. She tracked down with Tara Palmieri, this journalist, Tara Palmieri and Virginia. They tracked down a bunch of the employees of Epstein, the butler, the maid, the cook, people who she saw every day when she was at like Epstein's apartments, like walking around as an underage girl naked in his house. And then she'd talk to the chef and she'd talk to the whatever butler. Like they saw everything according to her. They saw everything. She named names too, guys. Like she named Dershowitz. She named so many names, right? Like that is so crazy that she did that. So brave, so like incredible bravery, right? She's very, very like legit for that. She was the first one to do that. And now going forward, this, like we have the biggest ever like press conference of Epstein victims. We have so many more victims that have come forward because of what Virginia did. Like if it wasn't for Virginia Giuffre, we would probably not know about any of this shit. Like that's how fucking big what she did was. That's you can see on Sam Roberts' shirt there. There's a little butterfly. That was I just noticed that. That's Virginia's like symbol. She had it on her like Twitter picture, and she just loved butterflies. So that's like a reference to her. But like it is such a like horrifyingly like what's the word? Like it's just so unfair. It's such a tragedy that it's such a tragedy that sorry, lost my train of thought for a second. It's such a tragedy that Virginia passed away just a few months ago, and she was not able to come to this press conference because she was like almost like the mom of the group, you know, like she helped all these women to come forward, and they all thank her in their speeches, and they all whatever, like they called each other their survivor sisters, and Virginia was like the one who really like helped to kind of bring everyone out, and everyone has so much admiration for her. Anyway, I thought that was like a really powerful like speech to hear from her brother. I had never seen him before, but like, yeah, really, really just tragic that she wasn't able to make it to this, because she would have loved this shit. She would have absolutely like loved this whole thing and what it represents. But yeah, so what were the three demands? Ghislaine goes back to like maximum security lockup. We got to release all the files, and we got to go after everyone. Every single one. All right. The next person is Teresa Helm. Okay, so there's one part of her speech that I couldn't really quite hear what she was saying, and I don't know what it is, But I wonder if you guys can like help me out. Can anyone in the chat hear what she's saying? I'll turn on even the subtitles because it sounded interesting, but I didn't know quite what it was.
Well, good morning. I am Teresa J. Helm.
Oh, sorry. This is the beginning of her thing. Here, I think it's around here.
Future. And the world is watching. And before I step away, I wanted to add one quick thought. Let's stop calling it an Epstein client list. And let's call it what it actually is. It's Epstein's sex buyer list. Thank you.
What did call it what? I just like couldn't quite get that. Let's not call it the Epstein client list. Let's call it the Epstein's sex pyre. I couldn't quite get it. Let's just hear it one more time.
And let's call it what it actually is.
And it gets a big applause. There's no client list. Yeah, that's right. Epstein's.
It's Epstein's sex buyer list.
What? If anyone has an idea of like what exactly she's saying there, like I just can't quite hear it. I'll play it one more time because it seems important, right? Like, let's stop calling it an Epstein client list.
Let's stop calling it an Epstein client list. And let's call it what it actually is.
Oh.
It's Epstein's sex buyer list.
I think you're right. One Mad Apple. Buyer. Sex buyer list? Although, what would be the difference between a sex buyer and like a client? Although I guess it's like client list could mean like they were just getting like whatever financial yada yada yada, whatever that bullshit is. I think it's buyer. Spire. Yeah, sex spire. Yeah, at first I was like, sex pyre? Is that like a vampire but for sex? What do you mean? But no. I think it's got to be buyer. Yeah, I think we're on buyer. That's got to be it. Okay. Yeah, no, I mean I think that makes sense because the client list is a little bit less intense. I find it interesting how many of these women, and actually one in particular you'll see I think coming up next, the whole thing where it's like this whole belief that it's like Epstein didn't have clients like that. He wasn't, letting his friends have sex with these girls. He was just a pedophile for himself. That's all he did. Like, a lot of these women seem to not think that, and they would know. But actually, this next one, very interesting. So this next person here starts around, yeah. This is Lisa Phillips. She has a podcast about, what is it? She says at the beginning.
I'm so proud and honored to be here today. My name is Lisa Phillips, and I'm the host of award-winning podcast From Now On, where I interview survivors. In the year 2000,
Anyway, just another person who's like kind of, I guess like the way that they were able to heal and move forward was by like helping other people who'd been through similar things. And like, I don't know. I think that's like, that's pretty cool. I've never listened to her podcast, but maybe I'll check it out. See if there's anything interesting on there. But there's one really interesting part of her speech. One second. Around here. Let's go back a little bit before this.
declaring that no one, no billionaires, no politicians, not world leaders, is above the law. And let me announce now, several of us Epstein survivors have been discussing.
Sorry, this is right the part I wanted to play too, but I just realized all of Virginia's family has that butterfly pin on their thing. One right here, one right here. That's really cool. I love that. Okay, this is the part I wanted to play.
And let me announce now, several of us Epstein survivors have been discussing creating our own list of names. Yes. We know the names. Many of us were abused by them. Now, together as survivors, we will confidentially compile the names we all know were regularly in the Epstein world. And it will be done by survivors and for survivors. No one else is involved. Stay tuned for more details on that. Because history is watching, and so are the women who will come after us. Thank you.
How about that? How about that, eh? Love that idea. Because it's like, you know, even the information that we have, like as we've done on the stream before, you can get a pretty good idea of who at least some of the clients were. You know, you can look at the people who, you know, whatever. Sorry, lost my train of thought there. You can look at the people who Virginia accused. You can look at who other survivors have talked about. You can look at photos. You can look at, there's all kinds of ways. You can look at who Alfredo Rodriguez circled in the Black Book, and especially his list at the end of names. You can look at all of that, and like you can get an idea. But like this, it's like, yes, like why? Like I mean, I say why hasn't this been done before? But it's like obviously these women are, I would say, rightly afraid of putting out these names of like some of the most powerful like people on earth. So yeah, very interesting. Yeah. Oh, so people are talking about Jack Nicholson. Wait, somebody. One of the guys on the list is allegedly Jack Nicholson. On which list? The was Jack Nicholson's name wasn't circled in yeah, who keeps removing the train track from my thoughts? Honestly, no, it's my fault because I keep kind of glancing at the chat and then seeing something and then fully forgetting what I was saying. But no. Now that I am actually, you know, looking at the chat, so the Jack Nicholson thing, there's a couple of things I can pull up real quick. 1 second. Where is it? Hang on. There's a picture. Boom, 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 boom.
I've been able to dig up definitive photographic evidence
from,
of one of
Ripple Out Media. It's a small YouTube channel. They have a photo here of, wait for it. Wait for it. Oh, and here's look who it is. Ms. Phillips. Wait for it. Bump, bump, roll out. I got roll out stuck in my head real bad right now. Where is it? Oh, this is driving me crazy. Bridget Hall. I just want the photo of that of him. There's a bunch of other stuff he's including in here about Epstein's stuff. So one of these. Oh, I just wanted to find. Okay, hang on. I gotta go to the. I gotta go to the transcript here. Roll out. Oh, so many sources here too. That's great. Bum 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 bum. Bum, bum. Jack Nicholson. Here we go.
such as Leonardo DiCaprio.
I probably could have just Googled this.
And Jack Nicholson. DiCaprio didn't end up yielding any results, but then I found this photo of Jack Nicholson.
Okay, here we go.
This picture was taken on September 20th.
There it is. So look at that, guys. That's Jack Nicholson and Lisa Phillips, who this is her. So that's Lisa Phillips now, but here she is when she was, how old?
27th, 2002, at a premiere after party at Man Ray, New York City. for the movie about Schmidt, which starred Nicholson in this titular role. If you have any healthy skepticism that the party guest in this picture is Lisa Phillips, it can be confirmed by the distinct beauty mark that she has off to the side of her chin. When I first heard Phillips talking about her encounter with this nameless celebrity at this movie premiere party, I assumed he would have just been one celebrity out of many at this event. But this was...
So, okay. Yeah. That's one connection with Jack Nicholson. I think To the Filling Station already, mentioned this in the thing, but there is one other connection, but it's not really a connection. Well, maybe, I don't know. Maria Farmer. So when Maria Farmer's story of actually being assaulted by Epstein and Maxwell was that she was commissioned, because she's a painter, right? Maria Farmer. She's a painter, and she was supposed to paint a bunch of paintings that were going to be used as props in the Jack Nicholson movie. Oh, geez. What's the one where he's like an asshole? He's an asshole. I always confuse As Good as It Gets or Something's Gotta Give. It's like these two Jack Nicholson movies where I think he plays a writer in both of them. This is the one, As Good as It Gets. Yeah. So Maria Farmer was commissioned to make some paintings for this movie. There's a painter character in this. And in order to do it, she went to Les Wexner's estate, house, and he sent her there. Epstein was like, hey, you got to make these massive paintings? Like if I type in As Good as It Gets paintings, bum, 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 da, 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 da. It's not, I mean, I watched this movie a few years ago and I was like, what? Is that good? Was that supposed to be good? People thought that was good. I really didn't like it. Oh, I don't know. But there is a painter character. He has like a couple of gay neighbors that he's really homophobic to. And one of them is a painter. And he makes like these big ass paintings. Similar to, okay, whatever. It's not in here. Doesn't matter. Guys, if you keep throwing out names, I will keep going down rabbit holes here. But yeah, he is sort of connected in that way, but also the photo of him with Lisa Phillips. Okay. Yeah. Hey, Rod Weber. Yo, what's up? I take it you're watching the earlier part. The Palm Beach police are not a monolith. I've experienced them. Individuals make individual decisions. Totally. Hey, totally. And I gotta say, like, you know, there's some people who are like involved in that case who I think acted in a pretty legit way, which is like pretty rare for me to say anything good about police, but yeah. Oh, that's interesting. To the Finland station. People theorize it was through the music exec she was dating at the time. You're sorry, to the Finland. You're talking about, are you talking about Maria Farmer or who? Okay. Now, but anyway, I just thought that was cool that she wants to do the survivors will create their own list of names. Please do that, survivors. Please do that, Epstein survivors. God, that would be so sick. Then this is Ashley Rubright. I don't remember hearing from her before, but I maybe I have. I don't know. Here is Haley Robson. So this is a woman who is you may recognize from Jeffrey Epstein Filthy Rich documentary on Netflix. She is, I think, a great speaker. I almost want to play her full speech, but I won't. I'll play an interesting part of it though. Wait, why is it not? Ugh. Hang on. Okay. So this is a part where she's talking about, well, I'll just play. she's talking about the other victims who couldn't be there today.
This moment, for the first time, to be so brave.
Okay, I will go back a little bit because, like, yeah, she is like, she's speaking the truth up here.
I am so proud to stand with them. I am so proud to be up here to support them because they deserve all the love and support. And I just want to say to the women who chose this moment to come out for the very first time about your abuse, I cannot think of a more important, greater purpose in life than to stand in solidarity when time is against us, when the politicians have made us an enemy, when the world is watching and everybody is hoping for some type of result. Thank you for choosing this moment for the first time to be so brave to come out and stand in solidarity. I prayed for a moment. I prayed for this moment where God would fill us with reinforcements. I want to acknowledge all the women, unfortunately, that couldn't be here today, because I think that is the only list of real great importance, and we should never forget the voices that were not only silenced, but that are not here today, and we should never forget the sacrifices that they made. So today I would like to take a moment for Virginia, Sky, Danielle, and Carolyn. Their voices were just as powerful, and they were silenced just as much. And for some reason, I can feel their spirit, especially Virginia's today. She would be so proud, and she would be so beside herself to see this one moment we have all came together to unite. And for our government, and for the politicians who have taken our trauma and have weaponized it against us, making it unbearable, making it unlivable, making it hard to move on in a life that we wish to live in happiness and joy and peace and injustice that can only come from within at this point. And we have gotten to this point. Shame on you. Shame on you for using our trauma to weaponize this moment. We are not going to be fooled by your trickery. We are not going to be fooled by the lies, by the conspiracy theories. We are the keys to this situation. We have the truth. And the FBI knows the truth. The government knows the truth. You may pull the wool over the sheep's eyes, but we are the keys. We know who was involved. We know the game. We know the players. And we are sitting here for 20 years waiting for you to get up and do something. Well, guess what? Your time is up, and now we're doing it.
So good. I thought that I was like, I'm moved by that. Like, I mean, she is quite a good speaker, I would say. Like, she could be like a politician, although she's conservative. Unfortunately, she's like a registered Republican, but she's very, very like passionate and like very good like speaker. And I mean, like, a lot of the women who spoke at this say like this is not political, this is not whatever, and like, you know, I don't want to make it political. And so you get the sense that like they're all frustrated by people using the Epstein story to advance their own narrative. You know, people using it to attack Donald Trump, people using it to attack Democrats, people using it for whatever kind of political purpose. And you can imagine how frustrating that would be for one of the victims. It's like, no, you're not actually trying to get to the truth. You're trying to get to the whatever. Like, but you just really feel that from hers. And yeah, I was really blown away by her speech. Really, really good. She's looking right at the audience. She's not looking at like notes or anything. This is all like from the heart, you know? She's got cool sunglasses. Anyway, yeah, she seems very cool. Just looking over the the chat here. Looks like you guys are just talking about actors. Very, very cool stuff. Bryan Cranston. Okay, but anyway, what else did I think was interesting here? Yeah, like, and another thing is like, this sort of like the vibe is almost like church-like, you know, like especially for her speech, but for a lot of them, like they're speaking to a bunch of other survivors, like even more survivors than we get to see speak were there that day. And like people are like cheering and like responding, being like, "That's right." It almost has like a black church vibe. It's like call and response kind of thing, but especially with Haley Robson's speech. Yeah, very. Yeah, I don't know. I just thought that was really cool. And she mentions a few victims who've passed away. There's Virginia Giuffre, obviously. She said Carolyn. That's Carolyn Andriano, I think is her name. And she mentioned Skye. That's Lee Skye Patrick or Leigh Skye Patrick. Not sure exactly how it's pronounced. But I'm not sure who Danielle was. But yeah, I mean, also important to name these other victims, like it's incredible, like, that Virginia was able to do as much as she did, but at the end she succumbed. I mean, God, that's a terrible way to put it, but not succumbed, but she suffered from like severe trauma from her time in Epstein's orbit, and going through what she did just like re-traumatized her again and again. She was attacked in the press and attacked by people like Alan Dershowitz and like his whatever, like minions, and attacked by like all of these powerful people, and just like made her life miserable. And at the end, like, however she died, a lot of people don't think it was a suicide, but whether or not it was a suicide, she was a victim of Epstein. She was a victim of Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell's abuse. And yeah, I mean, it's just so tragic. Anyway, I don't know. Don't really know where I was going with that. But yeah, this is Wendy Passante, I think is her name. Is she new? Sorry, I'm asking that in such a weird way. Is she new? Is she also someone who...
How do you follow that? Hello, everybody. My name is Wendy Passante, and I was abused by Jeffrey Epstein when I was 14 years old.
Right, so there's Wendy Passante. The next person comes up. I don't know who the next person is. She doesn't say her name, but she gives a little speech. Don't quite know who that might be. Then we have Jess Michaels around here. There's a new person. This person is named just Rosa. I don't think they gave her last name here, but this is someone who's never come forward before. So she just came forward. This is her lawyer. So she came out to show her face and show her support and whatever. Stand on the steps of the Capitol. So yeah, that's Rosa. Here's Gloria Allred. Now, Gloria Allred, I've talked before, and she closes off this section of the press conference, and she gives like a pretty good speech, and she gets everybody. She really gets into the call and response thing. She's like, "What do we want? Like, yeah, yell it out or whatever." She like brings her own microphone, and I know she's like,
"Believe women, believe women."
Yeah, that's basically the vibe, and she's sort of famous feminist, lawyer, but I gotta say I'm a little bit like, I don't fully, I don't know, maybe this is unfair, but her daughter, Lisa Bloom, is a person who was very like instrumental in helping Harvey Weinstein, and was going behind like Ronan Farrow, was like pretending to be friends with Ronan Farrow, gathering information for Harvey Weinstein, and then going to him directly and helping Harvey Weinstein with his defense while she was out in public, like publicly being like, "Oh, Me Too movement. We need to like make sure that Weinstein's held accountable. We need to like go after Donald Trump." She was like the lawyer for Katie Johnson, one of the only woman who ever accused Trump and Epstein of sexual assault. She was her lawyer, and that case fell apart in a weird catch and kill kind of way. So anyway, I don't know. Maybe it's weird for me to blame all that on her mom, but I mean, I don't know. Maybe I just don't know that much about Gloria Allred, and if I knew more of her story, I'd be like, nah, she's legit. Her daughter's fucked, but she's cool. Anyway, so then they leave. Then they go to the Capitol Hill. This part of the press conference is at Capitol Hill. So look at this. Marjorie Taylor Greene and Thomas Massey. The Epstein Files Transparency Act. Let's watch a little bit of just the intro here. There's Anushka DeGiorgio right there. If you watched our last stream. Hey, I am not a fan. Like, I assume Only Onions. I assume you're talking about Marjorie Taylor Greene here. I'm not a fan of Marjorie Taylor Greene at all. I think she's basically a fascist, but I'm a fan of what she's doing here. I think it's very legit that she took this stand against Trump. And it's like, okay, you're a fascist, but you actually are against pedophiles. So, okay, that's cool. Only 4 Republican members of Congress support this bill. Only 4. 3 of them women. Okay, this is just... They're not starting it yet. It's just whatever. Hot mic moments.
But she can speak for you. Good morning. Perfect.
So Ro Khanna opens it up.
Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Hello. Please, if we could, just out of respect for particularly the survivors who are going to speak, if we could have some silence. And if folks could just please calm down. People can speak when members of Congress are speaking. I just want to make sure that the victims and survivors are going to be heard today. I want to begin by thanking Brittany Henderson and Brad Edwards for their tireless work.
There's you can see our himbo here, our favorite lie himbo, Brad Edwards, and his wife, Brittany Henderson. Where's she? I think that might be her there. Sorry, I'm not sure if you guys can see where I'm pointing at, but yeah, they're a husband and wife legal team who represent a lot of the survivors, and they helped to organize this. They were Virginia's lawyers as well. All right, let's keep going.
In the pursuit of justice, and I want to thank Sarah Drury on my team for working with them. Above all, I want to thank the survivors who are here today, whose courage and strength have brought us to this moment. I want to thank my co-lead, Congressman Thomas Massey, and Congresswoman Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Crazy that Ro Khanna and Marjorie Taylor Greene are co-sponsoring a bill. That's crazy, guys. Like, do we fully grasp how insane that is? That's so nuts.
For standing with survivors here today. Today, as you can see, we're united in restoring trust in government. We're here not as partisans, we're here as patriots. We begin the work of bringing this country together, progressives, independents, moderates, and yes, MAGA supporters, to demand truth and justice.
Yeah.
A nation that allows rich and powerful men to traffic and abuse young girls without consequence is a nation that has lost its moral and spiritual core. Americans are asking a very simple question.
He's not exactly an electrifying speaker, is he? But, hey, whatever.
How is it possible that in the richest, most powerful country in the world, there are corrupt special interest forces, both foreign or domestic, that are preventing the release, that have a stranglehold on our government and are preventing the release of the full Epstein files?
Anyway, there's you get the idea. That's Ro Khanna. Then Thomas Massey comes up.
I want to thank my colleague Ro Khanna for co-leading this effort to bring transparency and justice for these victims. I hope my colleagues are watching this press conference. I want them to think, what if this was your sister? What if this was your daughter? When these survivors speak, the Washington establishment is asking the American public to believe something that is not believable. They're asking you to believe that 2 individuals created hundreds of victims and they acted alone, and that the DOJ has no idea of who else might have been involved. that nobody else did anything that rose to a criminal enterprise. The American people know that's not true.
Finland station. Foreign domestic, huh, Ro? I wonder what foreign country he's talking about. Yeah, I don't know. Was Epstein affiliated with any foreign countries?
Now, the Speaker of the House just offered a fig leaf to my colleagues. They're going to vote on a non-binding resolution today that does absolutely nothing.
You know who he's talking about? This motherfucker. Speaker Johnson. He's calling him out. I mean, like, I love this. Like, I don't know. Like I said, I didn't even know. I don't know Thomas Massie at all. Apparently people are saying he's a libertarian kind of Republican. But, yeah.
I appreciate the efforts.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's very commendable. Whatever. I'm sure I would hate, like, most of the things this guy believes, but I mean, libertarians are like probably the best kind of Republicans, to be honest. I find a lot in common with them. But even Marjorie Taylor Greene, Lauren Boebert, Nancy Mace is her name? Nancy Mace? Always want to be calling her Nancy Grace, but no, that's a different person. But like for them to put their fucking necks on the line for this, I think that's legit.
Of my colleague James Comer, who's leading the Oversight Committee. They may find some information, but they're allowing the DOJ to curate all of the information that the DOJ is giving them. If you've looked at the pages they've released so far, they're heavily redacted. Some pages are entirely redacted. And 97% of this is already in the public domain. So I'm calling on my colleagues, be one of the next two.
Yeah, they only need like just a couple other Republicans to sign it. All the Democrats will support. Excuse me. Ooh, blah. Nah. All of the Democrats are signing this thing. Only 4 Republicans are, but it was a Republican and a Democrat that like started it. Actually, it's like a libertarian Republican and like one of the more progressive Democrats who started this bill. Like, isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? And then these 3 women Republicans, like MAGA, like they're all super MAGA. Marjorie Taylor Greene, Lauren Boebert, and Nancy Mace. They also signed on, and they need, I think, another 2 Republicans. That's how fucked the Democrats are that they need all this. But I mean, who knows? I mean, I don't think that'll probably happen. But
who sponsors this discharge petition? I think it's shameful that this has been called a hoax. Hopefully today we can clear that up. This is not a hoax.
Yeah, a lot of the girls, by the way, I think I said this before, but a lot of the girls mentioned that, like, what the fuck is this hoax thing? This is not a hoax. Also, look at all these like anti-Trump signs.
This is real.
In the background here. Pedophile of the United States. Believe victims. Friends. Na 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 na. Release the Epstein files. Hashtag pedo47. He is on the list. Release the files. Justice for survivors. Guardians of pedophiles. GOP. Yeah, I mean, what are you supposed to say to that? Yeah, actually.
There are real survivors.
Okay, we don't need to watch much more of this, but I do want to play a little bit of Marjorie Taylor Greene. I feel like people are already like, ugh. But let's see. Let's see her wear a nice little sundress.
Yes. Good morning. This is my 5th year in Congress, and this is the largest press conference that I've seen since I've been here.
That's crazy too. This is the largest press conference Marjorie Taylor Greene has seen. That's nuts. Cause I don't know. She goes to like a lot of the fucking crazy ones. Anyway, that kind of blew my mind a little bit.
And this is because this is an issue that matters so much to Americans. This is an issue that doesn't have political boundaries. It's an issue that Republicans and Democrats should never fight about. As a matter of fact, it's such an important issue that it should bring us all together. It's grieved me to watch the arguments and debates take place among my colleagues and even the administration. I think this is something that was worth fighting for. You see, the women behind me are going to tell you stories that you've never heard before. These are unimaginable horrors that they've lived with for their entire lives since they were very, very young. But these are also similar stories that many children, teenagers, women, and even men are enduring nightmares right now as we speak. You see, these women have been fighting since the 1990s. I heard one woman tell us yesterday since 1996.
It'd be Annie Farmer. Yeah, I don't know. We don't need to watch much more of that. But I mean, hey, what are you gonna do? You gotta like for shit like this, we gotta make strategic alliances. And I mean, like, it is genuinely like a bad career move for Marjorie Taylor Greene to make this stand. So it's hard for me to see how this could be like a self-serving thing, because Trump is not going to like it. I get what you're saying though, one man Apple. I still have a hard time thinking MTG is doing anything for genuine reasons, and not least partially because it came out that MAGA elite bullshit bullies talk shit about her behind her back. I mean, yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I believe that. Anyways. All right. What else we got here? Marjorie Taylor Greene. Oh, Brad Edwards comes out after Marjorie Taylor Greene talks, I think, the longest. She has like a really long speech. Here's Brad Edwards. Play a little bit of his. He's the lawyer, the law himbo.
Thank you, Ro and Thomas Massey. I really appreciate you putting forth this discharge petition. It's tough to understand that we have to be here because this doesn't seem like a partisan issue. This is an issue. Sex trafficking and sexual abuse transcends politics. We as Americans expect equal protection under the law, and there can be no doubt that Jeffrey Epstein received far greater protection than any of the victims that he abused for years. In 2008, Courtney Wild walked into my office because she was a part of a federal investigation into Jeffrey Epstein, where all she wanted was the government to talk to her. Little did she know the government had worked out a secret immunity deal for Jeffrey Epstein, and we had to file Jane Doe's versus United States of America to prove that Jeffrey Epstein worked out an illegal non-prosecution agreement with the government. That was 2008. It took us 10 years battling the government pro bono for the judge to ultimately determine that the victims' rights were violated. The government has mistreated them after Jeffrey Epstein mistreated them.
You know, going over the basic facts of the case. Yeah, I believe Marjorie Taylor Greene is a zealot, and this whole thing just plays into her fervor. Totally. And I mean, like, just to be as shitty as possible to her and give her the least benefit of the doubt, I think that she probably has, like, the most fucking, like, QAnon pilled base. And, like, this is a very bad issue for Trump right now. Trump does not look good with this shit. And I think that, like, it may be a calculation where it may be like a cynical move where she's like, well, obviously I'm MAGA and obviously I stand with Trump on everything, but I have too many people in my base care more about, you know, the Epstein files than they do about Donald Trump. So that's going to be my move. And I mean, yeah, like that could be. Okay, Russ, calm down, okay? Discharge your petition all over my docket, Senator. I don't even know who you're talking about there. All right. But that's him going over like the basic facts of the case, like, and how insane everything is. Here's Brittany Henderson. She usually has more of a this is his wife and partner, legal partner at Edwards and Henderson, I think is the name of their LLC. She comes up. She usually has more of a what's the word? I don't know. Compassionate kind of victim sort of I don't know how to put it.
Hi, good morning. My name is Brittany Henderson, and I think
Brittany
in addition to thanking the wonderful congressmen and women who are here today, we need to thank the women, and not just the women who are going to speak, but the other women who are standing behind them, along with other lawyers, Sigrid McCauley, and people who have been fighting for a very, very long time for the world to give this kind of attention to an issue that it should have had forever. This administration has the opportunity to do what the past administrations did not do. This administration can either stand with the victims and stand for the victims, or it can continue to hurt the victims like has happened in the past.
Now, I think this is like a good strategic move. I don't think it's likely to work, unfortunately. But like she's saying, like she's like, it's very important to, you can tell from like, at least especially the people who are organizing it, like the lawyers and stuff. They're like, guys, this is not political. We are not pro-Trump. We're not anti-Marjorie Taylor Greene. At some point, someone sort of says like, guys, I know that you were like yelling, a lot of people booed when Marjorie Taylor Greene came out here, but she's actually on her side, guys. Like somebody says that. I forget exactly who, but like it's important. And I think the victims here were coached to say, to deflect any political questions. And like, you know, like it's like that. This is what they want. They want Republicans to sign on to this bill. They don't want this to be an anti-Trump thing. Right? Because they'll never win anything if they do it like that. This needs to be an apolitical thing. And so she is coming up there and she's actually pitching it to Trump, saying, why don't you be the guy that releases it? Why don't you do what no other administration did? What Joe Biden failed to do? You know? Really it was just going to be Trump or Joe Biden because no one even knew or cared about Epstein until like 2019, basically. But I don't know. You could also make the argument what Obama failed to do, what Hillary Clinton failed to do, whatever. Like, why don't Trump? You would like. How good would that make you look if you're the guy that releases these files? So I think it's smart. Yeah, like I agree, Goblin Queen. I think it's smart, but it's tough. It's hard because Trump's not going to be like, yeah, I will look good if I release all this stuff that proves that I'm a pedophile. You know what I mean? Like everything that we've seen so far of Trump, you got to know there's worse shit. There's way worse shit that we haven't seen that the FBI has. So yeah, I don't think it's going to work, but I admire the strategy here. I can see what they're doing and I think it's smart.
We aren't here just to ask for transparency, though. We're here, too, to ask for protection. The women here represent hundreds of other women who we have spoken to, many of whom were trafficked from other countries, from Eastern European...
She's Brad Edwards calls his wife, he calls her the victim whisperer or something like that. He's like, she's really the victim whisperer. She's really good at talking to these girls, whatever. Like, it's kind of funny. But you get that sense, from like listening to her. She has a lot of, I don't know, like compassion and just seems like she really feels for these women and whatever. And Brad Edwards, when he talks, he's more like, this is outrageous, the blah, blah, blah. I worked on this case pro bono for 10 years. And she is much more focused on the survivors. And I think that they're both very valuable to the case. Yeah. Okay. Moving on. We've got, friend of the show. Not actually, but definitely someone that we like around here. The entire last stream, or the first hour of last week's stream, was all about this survivor here, Anushka.
Women while we seek transparency.
Anushka DeGiorgio.
Good morning. My name is Anushka DeGiorgio, and I stand before you today as a survivor of both Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell.
Now, something fucked happens during this, but and she goes on for a little while. Her speech is a little bit long, so we won't watch the full thing. But there was a. Oh wait, am I thinking of something different? Sorry, I thought there was. Okay, never mind. No, But she goes on. One thing that I find frustrating is somebody who, as you may know, I have pored over her interviews and everything she said because she, I believe, was trafficked to Donald Trump by Ghislaine Maxwell, if not Jeffrey Epstein himself. She dated Trump immediately after she was with Epstein, and she went back to Epstein afterwards. And she was like, apparently Trump like bought her a ring, you know, in 1997. There's a whole thing about this. And she has always been very, very careful about revealing too much, which makes sense, especially since Trump is the president. And so with all that in mind, I find her speech, like I find a lot of what she says, she speaks in a lot of vague sort of general terms, and she's very like poetic, and I think like, what's the word? Like she's very, succinct. What am I trying to say? Not succinct. I don't know. She speaks about these topics like very well. That's right. Trump's Brit of all right. Oh, sweet. Trump's Brit of all right. Yeah, that's her. But like, so she speaks vaguely, and I think it's because she doesn't want to admit anything. She doesn't want to acknowledge anything. She doesn't want to whatever. And this is totally me reading into it, right? Like I don't have any evidence of this, but I like most of her speech. Like I'll play a little bit more of it so you get the idea. It's all very much like, we're working and we're gonna get. It's so beautiful to see us all together, and it's just so important. The women who've been hurt, but she doesn't get into any specifics. I don't know if that makes sense, but like just.
I want to thank Congressman Massey and Kana.
Skip ahead of it.
I speak today not only in service of my own recovery from trauma inflicted by Maxwell and Epstein, but to honor the lives, the courage and sacrifices of Virginia Giuffre, Caroline Andriano, and others who could not continue. Their voices mattered.
Yeah. So it's a lot of like beautiful thoughts and well put, but she does not get any. She doesn't really get into any specifics. And then there's a part that if you're familiar with what I think about her, I think you'll find this interesting. Around 1:15, one of the longer ones. No, that can't be right. Oh yeah, I guess it is. So it's like right around the end of her speech. Okay, I'll just play this. She actually addresses Trump. So knowing knowing like my belief here, which is that she has dirt on Trump, that she just hasn't told anyone. This is like for her to speak directly to Trump, I think is interesting. So let's hear what she says.
I am no longer weak. I am no longer powerless. And I'm no longer alone.
She also has worked in therapy. She did music therapy for survivors of abuse and trauma, and she ran, I think, 2 different what do you call them, like women's shelters or something like that. I don't know if that's the right term, but 2 different like organizations that helped women to escape from abusive situations. So she's another example of somebody in that boat.
And with your vote, neither will the next generation be. President Trump, you have so much influence and power.
She looks right in the camera here. President Trump.
In this situation, please use that influence and power to help us. Because we need it now, and this country needs it now. Thank you.
It's like she knows Trump. She's personal experience with Trump. She went on a few dates with Trump. He bought her a ring, apparently, according to Vicky Ward. I don't know. Am I projecting onto that? 100%. 100%. I could be totally wrong. But if all of my other theories are correct, then that was a very significant moment, I thought. All right. Now we have Marina Lacerda at 118. Oh, here's Annie Farmer again. She talks. As a psychologist, blah 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 blah. Okay, this part is kind of interesting, but I'm trying to. Sorry, I don't want this thing to last all night. Sorry, Annie. Oh, here's Marina Lacerda. I thought Marina Lacerda gave a very good speech here. She was minor victim 1. Known as before.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. I'd like to say thank you, everyone, for being here today on this
very powerful and special day for all of us here. My name.
She was. This is the first time that she's come out publicly, although she was involved in the 2019 case against Epstein.
My name is Marina Lacerda. I was minor victim 1 in federal indictment of Jeffrey Epstein in New York in 2019.
Yeah.
I was one of dozens of girls that I personally know who were forced into Jeffrey's mansion on 9 East 71 Street in New York City when we were just kids. Today is the first time that I ever speak publicly about what happened to me. I never thought that I would find myself here. The only reason that I am here is because it feels like the people who matter in this country finally care about what we have to say. As an immigrant from Brazil, I feel empowered knowing that the little girl struggling to get by at 14 and 15 years old finally has a voice. For the first time, I feel like I matter as an American. I was only 14 years old when I met Jeffrey. It was the summer of high school. I was working 3 jobs to try to support my mom and my sister when a friend of mine in the neighborhood told me that I could make $300 to give an older guy a massage. It went from a dream.
Sorry, there's a particular part I wanted to there's a few parts of it that I thought were like really powerful. I can't. I think okay. There's this part where she's saying she was had to keep giving him massages and being abused by him for years. And every time she went, she's like, maybe he'll hire me as his assistant or something, or maybe I'll get like promoted from like masseuse girl to like a real job, and I can actually like make some real money and like have a career or something.
Like we say, the American dream.
Yeah.
That day never came. I had no way out. I was until he finally told me that I was too old.
That part really stuck with me. Like there was no escape until he told me I was too old, and then just kind of like kicked her to the curb or whatever. And then this next part I thought was...
There are many pieces of my story that I can't remember, no matter how hard I try. The constant state of wonder causes me so much fear and so much confusion. My therapist says that my brain is just trying to protect itself, but it's so hard to begin to heal knowing that there are people out there who know more about my abuse than I do. The worst part...
That part. There are people out there who know more about my abuse than I do. I just, like, how powerful is that? Like, release the files so that you can, like, this person can have a piece of their life back, can have, like, an understanding or some closure or some, like, explanation of, like, why, you know, she has been traumatized in this way. I don't know. Very, it's sad, right? But it's powerful, and it's like directly related to what they're asking for. There are people there who know more about my abuse than I do. Okay. Moving on. Courtney Wild speaks. Virginia's family speaks again. Jenna Lisa Jones speaks. Haley Robson speaks again. I think she is definitely the standout. She definitely has she's got the juice. Not that everybody doesn't have the juice, but she's just a very good speaker. Oh, there's one really good part. Where is it? Around 136. I think it's around here.
He gave me an ultimatum. Either you come here and massage me when I call you, or you bring me friends of yours to massage. And I will give you $200 per girl for each time she comes.
Now, this one she's reading off her phone, so she's a little bit less, animated. But I understand, like, I guess it's like, this is like, she's talking about her experience directly, whereas before she was speaking from the heart and whatever, but she's like, no, I want to get this all right. Like, let me write it down in my notes app and let me read it off my phone here so that I don't leave out any details.
I felt and hoped to never hear from him again, but he called me every day. He was so wealthy and powerful, and he would not let me go. I felt I had no choice. If I disobeyed him, I knew something bad would happen. So knowing I did not want to be sexually abused, I started to bring him other girls from my high school, and he paid me $200 for bringing them.
Like imagine being like one of these girls who was like not only a victim of Epstein's, but like was kind of, like recruited other girls for him. And imagine like how difficult that would be to process the guilt as well as the like, shame. And I mean, I guess like guilt is already a part of a lot of people who are traumatized in this way, but like, I don't know. I don't have anything useful to say. I just like, I can't imagine going through something like that. But yeah, it's messed up.
I just hoped each time it would be the last time. One day, the stepmom of one of the girls brought him and called the police on Jeffrey Epstein. The police then called me in for questioning.
Okay, this part is crazy. Pay attention to this. This is her story of how the people in authority who are supposed to protect her reacted when she came forward finally, 2009.
I had told them the truth despite the fact that I was a teenager and a minor, and I was able to tell the police the names of all the other victims. The police treated me like a criminal. I had, by this time, had turned 18. I had been with Jeffrey since I was 16 and for 2 years. So they had told me So they told me I was going to be arrested. My name was then distributed to the press as a co-conspirator of my abuser, who I detested. My entire world was crashing in around me, and I started being threatened and bullied, till this day still receiving death threats. I was singled out and for many years had to suffer a smear campaign of lies about me because of the way that I was portrayed by the press. The press made me out to be a predator when I was...
There was a whole thing, if you're familiar with the Alan Dershowitz kind of like defense tactics in the trial, where they would go on these girls' MySpace pages and they would find like whatever pictures of them like with a beer or something or a cigarette, or they would, in their MySpace page, they wrote like, I like to smoke weed or something like that. And they'd be like, look, these women are prostitutes. They're prostitutes. Look at, why would they write that they are 420 hashtag blaze it if they weren't like working in the sex industry? Like, they are prostitutes. Like, that was the defense. And he like slandered these women, lied about them. I believe they even like made fake MySpace pages for them that weren't even real. It was like part of their defense. So she was one of the people involved in that case who got like just the press, the whatever, like everybody just destroyed them. And Epstein was made sure to get shit out in the press because he wanted to continue his life and his social life. And then after the he technically had the legal label of like what was it, a sex criminal, something like that, sex crime, whatever, guilty of sex crimes. And he had a line that he told like people he hung out with, like Bill Gates and stuff. He'd be like, it's kind of the difference between like stealing a bagel or killing a man. You know, it's not, I'm not a sex criminal like a sex criminal. I'm like sex criminal like stealing a bagel sort of thing. I had sex with a prostitute. I thought she was legal age. Turned out she was like 17. That's all it was. And like complete lie. But that is like what fucking happened here. And yeah, to the filling station, private investigators following them around all day. Yeah. Crazy.
Just a 16-year-old little girl who was sexually abused by a powerful man and an evil man. For years, I had no friends. My boyfriend was murdered, and there was nowhere to turn. The government, after investigating more, learned that I was true a victim, but the damage was done and it was too late. There was no way to undo the harm the press had caused me. In 2019, I met Brad Edwards and Brittany Henderson. They changed my life and they believed in me and have helped me to find.
Yeah, so anyway, she goes on to talk about Brad and Brittany, but I thought that part was very like wild hearing, like from her perspective. She comes forward, she bravely tells a story, and then everyone's just like, you're a liar and you're a prostitute and you're a bad person, and just getting like totally fucked with. Like, and she's saying she still gets death threats to this day. On one of the Anushka interviews, the one that I always play. I literally don't think that I've actually gone through a stream yet without bringing this up. One of the Anushka DiGiorgio, where is it? Here it is. This is the one
you saw
with
the trial. It's just
Brad Edwards and Brittany Henderson. The comments. Oh wait, sorry. Oh, I guess it wasn't this one. Sorry, wait. This is, or maybe it was deleted. But there was one comment, and I think I know who it was from. Maybe it was on. There's one also she did with Annie Farmer. There, this one. Yeah. Also, Samuel TV. What's up, Samuel TV? In the chat today. It's somebody who watches the stream sometimes. There's a comment here from Jim RM9Q that's like very specific. Oh, let me go to the one where you can actually see what I'm looking at here. Very specific references to her case against Ghislaine Maxwell. She was one of the people who testified against Ghislaine Maxwell. Very specific shit. This is, I think, someone in Ghislaine Maxwell's like family, like one of her brothers, commenting and being like, "You're a liar, you're bad, you're evil, you're blah blah blah." Yeah. Anyway, so like these women, like they go through fucking so much bullshit just by doing this shit. So like the least that people can do should be like release the Epstein files, whatever, you know? It's crazy. Sorry, I don't know why there's people are getting shadow blocked. I don't know why that's happening. I didn't want that to happen. Yes. We were talking about Dershowitz's thing against Virginia. Yes. She did sort of rescind some of what her whatever like things were because Dershowitz just like was such an asshole, like a truly like the world's worst human, going after her in such a fucking deranged way, making her life miserable, constantly like suing her with his like bottomless whatever pockets, and eventually like to the feeling that has it exactly right. Not hard to see why Giuffre would want to see an end of a decade of back and forth lawsuits. They came to an agreement. She said, maybe I confused him with someone else. Maybe, I don't know. And then he went out and he was like, I've been fully exonerated. She says I was innocent. And then she came out like the next day and was like, I did not say that. I did not say you were innocent. And I did not say you were exonerated. I said, I may have gotten you confused with someone else. You are not exonerated at all. Anyway. Yeah. Replace the White House admin with these women. Yeah, that would be, yeah, we can just do that, right? How many signatures do we got to get on change.org for that to happen?
Finally heal.
Anyway, but yeah, Sarah Robson, good stuff. But, Sarah Robson, Haley Robson. Then Lisa Phillips comes on. Lisa Phillips does the exact same speech she did the first one. It's like a little bit odd.
Hi there, my name is Lisa Phillips, and I'm the host of a award-nominated podcast called From Now On, a platform.
Anyway, exact same speech as the other time. Courtney Wild, 124. Oh, that's not right. Wait, sorry, we already did that one. Shantae Davies, yes, 143. Shantae Davies, she was on Flight with Bill Clinton. This is actually the you may have seen the photo of a young girl massaging Bill Clinton at an airport. This is her. This is Shantae Davies.
Hello, my name is Shantae Davies, and I'm here before you today as a survivor.
This is one of the only women who actually mentions Trump directly.
A survivor of decades of pain, trauma, and betrayal at the hands of Ghislaine Maxwell. Far too woman with high aspirations of becoming an actress, I was already beginning to make a name for myself in the industry. A person I trusted, someone I thought was a friend, invited me to meet a powerful woman who could help advance my career. That woman happened to be Ghislaine Maxwell. I was asked to give her a massage, though I had almost no experience, and when I did, she praised me and promised introductions to someone enormously powerful, someone who could change the course of my life, and that man was Jeffrey Epstein. At first, I was an excited young woman on top of the world. Epstein flew me to his private island. He listened to my dreams, promised to help, but his promises came with a catch. The abuse began. He told me to keep it secret. He manipulated me with quid pro quo I did not consent to, but I felt I had no one to turn to. He was too powerful. I was just one of the many young women trapped in his orbit. I was even taken on a trip to Africa with former President Bill Clinton and other notable figures. In those moments, I realized how powerless I was. If I spoke out, who would believe me? Who would protect me? Epstein himself was the most powerful leader of our country. Epstein surrounded himself, with the most powerful leaders of our country and the world. He abused not only me, but countless others, and everyone seemed to look away. The truth is, Epstein had a free pass. He bragged about his powerful friends, including our current president, Donald Trump. It was his biggest brag, actually. And what I endured will haunt me forever.
So that I found that very interesting and kind of surprising, to be honest, because yes, he was definitely friends with Donald Trump. Donald Trump was very famous. Donald Trump was like the bad guy in every movie made in the 80s and 90s, basically every kids movie. So that would be a name to drop. That would be a brag. Oh, I'm friends with Donald Trump, the famous evil billionaire, real estate New York guy. But I'm surprised that she would even say that was his biggest brag, because although, now that I'm thinking about it, well, from what I've heard from a lot of the later victims, because I'm thinking about her time in Epstein's circle, that would have been in the late 90s, early 2000s, maybe more the early 2000s. And from what I understand, Epstein's biggest brag was always Bill Clinton. He had the photos up, and Ghislaine herself would constantly be impressing on girls who she thought might go to the authorities. He's friends with Bill Clinton. He's very good friends with Bill Clinton. Shantae Davies would have been sort of in the circle. I think she was literally she was a stewardess on the flight where Bill Clinton went to Africa. She massaged Bill Clinton. So she was maybe not around for that period. But that's interesting that she's saying this. His biggest brag. And you can tell that wasn't in her remarks. She's going off her prepared remarks. Let me just go back a little bit.
Truth is, Epstein had a free pass. He bragged about his powerful friends, including our current president, Donald Trump. It was his biggest brag, actually.
She's reading, and then she looks up and she's like, fuck it, I'm just going to say it. It was his biggest brag. He loved to talk about how he was friends with Donald Trump. And yeah, it seems like she went off book there, and it seems like I think that they probably weren't going for that, but that's good to know. That's important to know.
And what I endured will haunt me forever.
Yo, thank you so much. Whoops, that's not right. Thank you so much for the money, Diligent Escape. Hell yeah, super chat. I'm gonna do some of that stuff where that girl does on TikTok, where she gets a little a sandwich pops up and she's like, yum yum yum, ice cream so good. I'm gonna start doing that. I gotta figure that out. I'm gonna have to watch a lot more tutorials made by 16-year-olds who are frustratingly much better with computers than me. Anyway, but no, seriously though, my dog, Diligent Escape. Thank you for the money. I will use it wisely. Okay. That's Shantae Davies. Where were we? Okay. So she's actually the last speaker. And then they do a Q&A. The Q&A is almost worth watching in full. I think this part is where we get a lot more information, where the press will ask questions. Sometimes they ask someone specifically. Sometimes they just throw a question out there and a couple people come up and give their own perspectives. Really some interesting stuff there. Rokana comes out. Okay, hang on. Where does it start? I do have this. Okay. 147.16. Okay. So this is where the Q&A sessions begins. The first question, very good question.
The president has said that this Epstein issue is a hoax, is the words that he used. Can we get your reactions to what you think when you hear him say that?
So I don't know if you guys could hear that super well, but the president has been saying that the Epstein thing is a hoax. What do you guys think about that? Yeah, great question. I mean, a lot of them were sort of like, it's not a hoax. Stop saying it's a hoax. But I don't remember any of them saying like, Trump, stop calling it a hoax, Trump. But now they're like, let's talk about that. And who comes up? It's Haley Robson.
Mr. President Donald J. Trump, I am a registered Republican, not that that matters because this is not political. However, I cordially invite you to the Capitol to meet me in person so you can understand this is not a hoax. We are real human beings. This is real trauma.
What does it feel like emotion?
Which I mean, like, that's a good strategy. Like, she doesn't seem like she seems kind of like passionate and whatever, but she's like, Donald Trump, like, I'm a Republican, like, I'm on your side, like, meet with me so that I can whatever.
Devastating.
What does it feel like emotionally to hear Donald Trump call it a hoax?
Being gutted from the inside out. Not that I would know what that feels like, but I imagine it's the anxiety buildup with the depression and the survival mode, and then your nervous system goes limp and ironically is shot. And it feels like you just want to explode inside because nobody, again, is understanding that this is a real situation. These women are real. We're here in person. To say that it's a hoax is just not... Please humanize us. I would like Donald J. Trump and every person in America and around the world to humanize us, to see us for who we are and to hear us for what we have to say. There is no hoax. The abuse was real. Now, what goes on behind closed doors, I can't speak for that. What happens around the world politically, I cannot speak for that. But I am here with all of these women, including our attorneys, and I would be more than happy to meet with him, and I will meet him halfway.
Ms. Edwards, I wonder if any of the victims could respond to the news from recently about...
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I would. She should get a podcast or something. She should have some way of like being able to talk more. I like listening to her talk. Okay, yeah, but yeah, no, that's a good question. It's fucked up. It's incredibly fucked up for Trump to be calling it a hoax. The next question is, what do you guys think about Ghislaine being transferred to minimum security prison? I spent 2 streams recently going over the interview that Ghislaine had. That was the quid pro quo, like, hey, if you exonerate Trump, then we'll move you to a nice place. And she did get moved into a nice place. That was not spoken out right in the interview, but that seems to be very clear subtext. Yeah, you know what? Yeah, like I think I have like a little regret about how I did that stream where I focused on like, I read all of these things, like they really platformed Ghislaine and gave her this crazy amount of room to like tell her side of the story. That's like incredibly fucking bullshit. She blamed everything on Virginia Giuffre. She literally said in this interview that Epstein wasn't a pedophile until Virginia Giuffre, 16, 17-year-old Virginia Giuffre, convinced him to be a pedophile and made him into a pedophile. And then she said she like lied about Prince Andrew and made up this whole thing about Prince Andrew that wasn't even true. And she photoshopped that picture of her with Prince Andrew. Like, the things that she said about Virginia are like unforgivable. Like, unforgivable. Not that Ghislaine was already forgivable before that, but like, just like horrible person. And Todd Blanche, Trump's assistant DA, whatever it is, just fucking sat back and let her spew her bullshit. It was completely ridiculous. And so I went over the thing, but I didn't give like I didn't quote any like survivors talking about Ghislaine and how evil she is. So this is a chance for that to happen, maybe, where the question is about, what do you think about Ghislaine getting transferred?
Ghislaine Maxwell being transferred to a lower security prison in the aftermath of speaking to Todd Blanche.
You want that one?
There you go.
About her transfer to
Oh, yeah.
Sure. I'm happy to speak to that.
Yeah, just to be totally clear, who said Giuffre is to blame for Epstein? Ghislaine. Ghislaine said that Epstein was never a pedophile until Virginia Giuffre convinced him to do that. Like, just like what the fuck? Like the most intense Darvo I've ever seen.
We were horrified to learn that she had been transferred to a prison camp. She is someone who was found guilty by a jury of sex trafficking. She not only, we often hear that she procured women for Jeffrey, which I think is a very sort of polite and minimizing term. She also participated in the abuse. She was a major architect of the scheme. And the fact that she has painted herself as a victim, I think is disgusting. And it was horrifying, I think, to us that we were not told about her prison transfer. We found out about it in the news.
That's so nuts too. I just like, you can really tell like the whole, like how much love there is for Virginia, right? Among the survivors, and how like much they're like heartbroken with what happened to her. There's like, you know, you can see people wearing the, her butterfly pin here. The amount of love that these people have for Virginia is because of how brave she was at speaking out. That is how much Ghislaine hates Virginia. And the fact that she would even try to blame Epstein's actions on Virginia, like, is so just obscene. But it's like, that's how evil Ghislaine is. That's how much she hates Virginia. Anyway. This is like basically what it is, DM Collins. I was never a child murderer, but then this 11-year-old came in with a neck that just looks so strangleable. It's him you should be blaming. That pretty much is what she's saying.
1 minute, I think Anushka maybe has something to say.
So, Anushka DiGiorgio, I testified alongside Annie at the trial of Ghislaine Maxwell.
Went over this last week. She was testified under Kate, but now she's lately she's been more comfortable attaching her own name to it.
I was horrified when I found out not only had Ghislaine Maxwell been transferred to what's called a low security. It's really is like a holiday camp, and then afterwards I got a notification from the Department of Justice telling me that this was going to happen, when it had already happened.
You guys hear that? Do you guys hear that in the background there?
Telling me that this was going to happen, when it had already happened. This woman abused children. I was abused by Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell for over 10 years. Ghislaine Maxwell was present for some of my abuse at the hand of Jeffrey Epstein. She was present, she was complicit, she was enabling, and it is appalling and disgusting, and it's one of my worst.
So that, what you're hearing there is a military flyover from, the White House that just so happened to, oh wait, sorry, one sec. Just so happened to occur right at that particular moment. No, I don't want to disable my ad blocker. Get out of here. Here, one sec. There we go. Okay, there we go. Okay, we're good. Epstein accusers interrupted by Trump-ordered White House flyover. Was it a coincidence? I don't know. The White House said the fighter jets were participating in maneuvers to honor a fallen Polish army pilot killed recently in a training exercise and to celebrate the special relationship between our two countries. Occurred shortly before 11:30 a.m. while President Donald Trump was meeting at the White House with the newly elected Polish president, Karol Nawrocki. Boo. It was just a half hour after the scheduled start of the news conference in which Epstein accusers gathered from around the world to tell their stories. Some of them were stepping forward for the first time to ratchet up pressure on Republican leadership in Congress to make public the mammoth trove of previously unreleased Epstein files. When the jets roared overhead, many of the event attendees looked skyward. Some of the women publicly accusing the disgraced late financier of horrific acts shook their head in disbelief. It's difficult to overstate how disrespectful this flyover was, given this press conference was known about by the admin, one of the attendees, Amber Woods. She's a journalist, or I don't know, she has a Twitter account. My heart broke standing next to these brave women, some who were already in tears or shaking. No security provided to them for this conference. I wanted to wrap my arms around them all. Yeah. Anushka Dejarju stopped mid-sentence as the jet noise drowned out her voice. She raised her arm skyward and waited several seconds, blah, 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 blah. But yeah, no, I don't know. Was it done on purpose? I don't know. I don't know, but it is weird. Seems strange.
Nightmares that she not only be transferred, but at the possibility that's very much going around that she might be pardoned. This is not okay, guys. This is not okay.
And I just want to add that I think it sends a very dangerous message to our country, to the young people in our country, that someone that we all know is aware of these crimes could be given a pass.
And just for the last survivor who just spoke, the last survivor.
I thought she flipped the plane off. Yeah, maybe.
Who just spoke. She said that Epstein would brag about her relationship with Donald Trump.
So there's the Shantae that he's like, can you say more about that? That Trump was Epstein's biggest brag?
Could she please elaborate about that?
And anybody Shantae.
Get to the microphones.
Get close.
Yeah, I did say that.
Like, what are they doing? They're like circling around or something? Are they like spelling out like, we love Poland? Yes, pierogies. Like they just seem to keep swooping back.
My first trip to the Palm Beach residence, I drove there from the airport with Ghislaine Maxwell, and Jeffrey and Ghislaine were always very boastful about their friends, their famous or powerful friends, and his biggest brag forever was that he was very good friends with Donald Trump. He had an 8x10 framed picture of him on his desk with the two of them. Like, they were very close.
Yeah. I mean, I didn't know about the 8x10 framed photo of him on his desk. They had quite a bromance, I suppose. But I don't know. That seems true. That seems true to me. You can tell that was just off the cuff, right? Like, biggest brag, whatever. Oh, you're so right. To the Finland station, makes sense to brag about Trump in Palm Beach. I mean, like, in New York as well, right? Like, and those are the two places that Epstein spent most of his time, New York and Palm Beach. So, yeah, maybe Palm Beach more because that was more of his crowd there. I think people in New York sort of thought he was a little bit of a boorish rube, you know?
Go ahead. What? One second.
For this client list that you ladies are putting together, you said it would be confidential.
Yeah, one Matt Apple, sorry. Nobody's been bringing up that the president is currently flying around the world in the Lululemon Express #2. Is he still doing that? I know that he did fly. He did put the Trump stickers over it during the campaign. He's still doing that shit? Wow, that's crazy. That's nuts. What the fuck is wrong with this guy? Man. Oh, MJ, we did talk about that beforehand, but that was Collins. Sorry, not Collins. Speaker Johnson's sort of response to this press conference, I believe. Yeah, maybe I shouldn't have named this stream SUPERSPY, yada yada, but.
Will the public? Could you clarify? Will the public get to see about Lisa?
So, Lisa, what's your envision here?
Is it going to go to the public or just amongst the survivors?
No, we're reaching out to survivors that are scared.
So, come on up.
We're reaching out to survivors that are scared to come forward, and that also.
Sorry, just to explain, in case you guys couldn't hear, the question is about Phillips' idea that Lisa Phillips saying that the survivors are going to make their own list. They're going to make their own Epstein client list, Epstein sex buyer list.
To know who they were trafficked to. So that's the list that we're compiling. We're not quite sure how we're going to release that, or even if we're going to, the Department of Justice needs to release the list.
Right,
Yes.
for folks at home, they might be confused. The survivors know the names. You've seen these powerful people. Why can't you say the names? Could you just explain for folks?
Why do we have to say the names when the government knows the names? And we're also scared to do so. Look what's happened to so many of the survivors that have revealed names.
Yeah, I find it offensive.
I think it's also worth saying that having represented, I think, between our firm and Boyce Schiller, hundreds of victims, and we've talked to them about the various people that,
Wait, why is it doing that?
They were farmed out.
What's going on with my scroll bar? Okay, it's good.
To. So we've created somewhat of a list. Most of these individuals, the victims, are very scared to say these names because they could get sued, they're going to get attacked, and nobody protected them the first time. And that was against one person. So is there a list? There is a list, but just to dispel kind of the common theme here, every one of these women was abused by Jeffrey Epstein, and his scheme was to personally abuse women.
I feel like I mean, maybe I'm misreading it, but I feel like the question was sort of like the way she was asking was like, just because some people might not understand, can you explain why you aren't getting the giving the names out? Or maybe I'm being too generous here, but I thought that she was like, just that the folks at home. I mean, I understand that you guys are scared and that it's not fair to ask you to do that, but like, could you explain so that excuse me, other people get it? And you can tell it really like upset a lot of these people here, and a lot of the women. And Brad Edwards is coming forward, and he feels very defensive, protective, I should say, not defensive. But like, but yeah, I mean, would you just give out the names of like all these wealthy men? Would you name Donald Trump on the steps of the Capitol building, like as a whatever, like pedophile? Rapist? Would you do that? I wouldn't do that. I would be way too scared. And why don't you just give the name? Why do you gotta do it like this? And it's like, so you can tell that's an upsetting question.
They reached a certain age. He did farm a section of them, some of them, out to some.
Oh, diligent escape. Wait, are you talking about? Sorry. Just looking at the chat here. Are you talking about Brad Edwards or are you talking about Johnson, Speaker Johnson? He's there for damage control, keep it pertaining to sex trafficking as opposed to Iran-Contra, drugs, organ trafficking. Okay. All right, okay. Yeah. It's so crazy how much crossover there is with Epstein and Iran-Contra. Iran-Contra is like a conspiracy theory that like actually we know about. To the Finland station, I love that you're just calling out True Non episodes by the number. You're like, have you listened to True Non episode 341? As we all know. Ah, yes.
Some of his friends. That doesn't mean all of his friends. With that said, I'm more than happy to assist in helping create.
Oh, the lawyer. Oh, yeah. So, I mean, there is an argument that Brad Edwards. Personally, I like Brad Edwards. I think he's good. Like generally, I think whatever his book, it spends a little bit too much time talking about how much he likes football and tennis, but I think overall he's good. But there is an argument that some of the lawyers, including Brad Edwards, who were helping victims get settlements, would choose the settlement as opposed to the like justice, and would kind of like lead the victims of Epstein and these other elites towards getting a settlement because they would get a portion of that settlement. Meaning that like when you settle out of court or whatever, you sign an NDA, you promise that you're never gonna make another thing. It's interesting. So I don't know. It's fair. I know there are a lot of people who, in fact, I think Presidential Penis, who we had on last week, is in that camp as well. But I don't know. Generally, I think he does a good job, and I think he does well. But I don't know. It is what it is. The world is messed up, and the justice system is completely tilted towards people with unlimited funds.
Create the list behind the scenes and see what we do with it.
Oh, I forgot to mention Marjorie Taylor Greene. Oh wait, maybe that happens here. But yeah, so it's supposed to be between the victims, and Brad Edwards is like, and let me in on that too. Can you guys let me in your group chat? I'll help. I could help maybe with something. Yeah, anyway.
Go ahead.
Hold on. I think if someone's interested in prosecuting, they may have something different to say
It's Brittany Henderson, the other lawyer, Brad Edwards' wife.
about sharing a list, but they're not sharing a list for nothing to happen, and that's the experience that they've had for all of these years.
Yeah. So I think it was so important that Haley Robson shared her story of what happened when she came forward before. For her to be like, I came forward, I named names, whatever, I told the truth, I told the FBI, I told the police, whatever, and then my reward was to be like serially harassed by the most powerful men on earth for decades. Like until today, I get death threats. Like, and then for you to be like, well, why don't you just say the names? What's stopping you from saying the names? And it's like, did you not even listen to what we just said? Like, shit's fucked.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you all. We're waiting to see the fate of this discharge petition right now as we're here. The speaker and others have said that the people he met with yesterday had concerns about your names being released if this bill were passed. And
so this is Johnson again, some bullshit being like, well, we can't release the files because the victims' names are on it, and we don't want the victims to know. We don't want to like re-traumatize them. We don't want people to find out about that, so we can't release we just can't. And we could redact it, but I'm all out of my big black Sharpies, out of ink, and it's dry. So sorry, like I don't think we'll ever be able to release them. That old chestnut.
Talk to today are not signing the discharge petition because they say you don't want them to. Can you clarify if that is accurate?
Do any of
I like that they're like laughing at that.
the survivors here not want the bill to pass?
First of all, our legislation, Rogan and I went through this, we talked about this, and we were very careful to make sure that there is an exception so that personally identifiable information, not just their names, but anything they could be identified by, would not be disclosed.
And can you speak to that as survivors yourself?
I think all of them are on the same page. That they want everything released.
Want the bill to pass.
Yes, they unequivocally redact personally identifying information and release everything else.
This is such a stupid argument. The whole like, well, the victim's name. Okay, then redact it. Like, redact the name then. Who cares? Redact the victims' names. Everything else, keep it on there.
Mr. Edwards.
Okay.
Mr. Edwards, thank you.
I know it's your first time speaking.
Uh-oh.
I'll go to Marina if we can.
Yeah, sure.
Marina, you have stayed silent for so many years. Today, this is the first time, if we understand correctly, you have never before gone public with your story and to share this. Can you help us understand why today?
Yeah, Rogan is like one of the main two like sponsors on the bill. It's Rogan and Thomas Massie, the libertarian Republican guy. And then all the Democrats are behind it, and then 4 Republicans, including Thomas Massie. It's Marjorie Taylor Greene, who's also there, Lauren Boebert, and Nancy Mace. That's it. That's all the Republicans. But it's pretty. I mean, pretty cool that I don't know. I'll stop saying this, but it's cool that Epstein is like such a bipartisan issue. It's really like, what other bill would Rogan and Marjorie Taylor Greene be doing a press conference together for?
Why now and why here?
Well, it is not okay for us to be silenced, and it's not okay
so the question was, why have you decided to go on, Marina Lacerda, why have you decided to go on the record for the first time and say publicly that you were a victim of Epstein?
Jeffrey Epstein and everybody else to be put on a pedestal. I think everybody needs to hear from us because we know what went on, right? And there is not only me who's been silenced, there are hundreds of women that are silenced. My hope is to stop this abuse for the future, right? For people that are coming up, for women. My daughter, for example, these women have daughters. They most definitely don't want that anymore. And I think mainly it is this is therapy for all of us too. You know, we want to be heard. Nobody also has never asked me to speak. That's also another thing. So I can say for all of us here, we are here. We want this bill to pass. It is very important. Okay, and we need transparency. We are tired of looking at the news and seeing Jeffrey Epstein's name and saying that this is a hoax. We are tired of it. We are done. We're not going to be silenced, and I hope that my voice will bring other survivors and other victims to come along and speak up so that we can be more of a stronger voice and louder.
This is interesting. So she's like, because you notice she said, like, she brought it up too, the whole hoax thing. She's like, it's not a hoax. It's fucked up that you're saying it's a hoax. But she doesn't mention Donald Trump's name. But he's the guy who's saying that. Anyway. So then the question is, well, what would you say to Donald Trump about this? And that is really, like, that's really putting her on the spot here, right? Like, this is the first day, like, as a public as a Epstein victim.
I don't want to send a direct message to him. I'm already scared enough. Yeah, just pass the vote, listen to us. This is not a hoax. Like, it's not going to go away. And like I said on my speech earlier, we're not going to be silenced anymore. We will be speaking moving forward wherever we need to.
Like that, like the way that she doesn't speak directly to Trump, I feel like says a lot, right? She's like, I don't want to speak directly to Trump. I'm already scared enough. It's crazy. There's a lot of, like, I know I'm doing like the body language expert thing here. I'm like, oh, you can tell from this. Oh, this is what they really mean. But I don't know. I mean, I'm not a professional, and I could very easily be misinterpreting all of this.
We will be, and we need to pass this.
But doesn't it seem like she says she's scared of Trump. She did say that, basically.
Thank you, sir. Jordan Conrad's Gateway Pundit. For years we've heard that there's an
Gateway Pundit
list or some kind of a list. Now we hear from DOJ that there's no list. A bunch of Trump victims. What do you guys think? I know you're working on your own list, but do you believe that Jeffrey Epstein had a list?
Yeah. So there's not a list. Yeah. So here's what it was. Just like you heard everybody today, Jeffrey Epstein created through an organization that of enablers, of people that were on his payroll. It was a complicated scheme where others should still be investigated because they helped to enable him.
You can tell he's sick of answering this question about the Epstein list. But yeah, that's a Gateway Pundit question. A kind of, right-wing, like basically like political rag, like tabloid thing. So yeah.
And operate this scheme. Without those people, he could not have done this. But the purpose was for him to personally abuse people. With that being said, certain of his friends, he farmed out certain of the women that he was exploiting too. But that wasn't the primary purpose of that scheme. And I don't think he wrote the name.
I don't like the phrase farmed out, but I guess there's no easy way to say sex trafficked. But yeah, let me see what I'm trying to say here. This is always been Brad Edwards, like, his sort of explanation of Epstein is that, he's what's it called? So what, Epstein would date underage girls, and he would date them for years. He would, like, some of them he wouldn't date. He would just, like, abuse them or whatever. But some of them he would, like, date and whatever, like, would be his, like, almost his girlfriend as they got older, like 18, 19, 20. And then when they reached a certain age where he was no longer interested in them, and Epstein used to say this. This is actually something Epstein used to say, where he's like, my girlfriends become my friends, and it's actually an upgrade. Like, actually upgrade them from girlfriends to friend, and I'm even closer to them then. Or he's had some fucking weird thing he used to say like that. And then, so Brad Edwards' thing is, once they get old enough, then he would farm them out to his friends, and he'd give them out to his friends, which is, I believe, exactly what happened with Anushka DiGiorgio and Donald Trump. This person over here, as well as his next girlfriend after Anushka, Chelina Middlefart, and possibly even Melania Trump. But in any case, Brad Edwards' thing is like he would do that, but when they got a certain age, he would like farm them out. Blah 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 blah.
Names of those people down. There's not a list.
And I don't think he'd write the names of those people down. There's no client list. There's no whatever. Basically, this is what I think with the client list. It's a meme.
Of, hey, here's all of the people that I sent females to. That's just not how that organization works.
Mr. Edwards,
Agreed?
Is there any evidence that Jeffrey Epstein was involved with or tied to the CIA or a foreign intelligence operation?
I think that the safest thing for me to say is all files should come out, whether it is for this.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I love that journalists are now asking the right questions, eh? People are really, people are like getting on the client list, but they're also asking about connections to intelligence, or they're asking about all kinds of shit. It's like, yes, good, thank you, finally.
With the CIA, FinCEN, SEC, FBI. I'm not just making these up haphazardly. I'm giving you a roadmap where to look.
So if this bill
Go ahead.
Sorry, what did he say there? Oh, all files should come out. Whether it's CIA.
The safest thing for me to say is all files should come out, whether it is for this with the CIA, FinCEN, SEC, FBI. I'm not just making these up haphazardly. I'm giving you a roadmap where to look.
So if this bill
Go ahead.
Yeah, I didn't know that about Whitney Webb. Her father's a billionaire real estate investor. That's interesting. I think her work is good. I have still not managed to slog my way through the entire One Nation Under Blackmail book, or two books. But I'll say, like, what I like about her is that she's not afraid to jump to conclusions. And something that's frustrating in a lot of Epstein shit is people are like, well, here's all the evidence, but what does it mean? Like, there's no proof that it means anything. And so I don't really want to even say what it could mean. And like, I think people should be able to be like, here's what I think it could mean. And Webb is completely not afraid of that at all. She's like, well, look at this and this, and look at this and this. And that means that these things are this. And because we now know that this is definitely true, let's jump to another conclusion. And she gets to this whole other thing, and that I'm sure is like not totally accurate. But I'm like, it does make sense though. It does kind of, it all sort of holds together in a way. So I think she's usually onto something, you know? She's usually onto some kind of a thing. Yeah, Rod Weber. Yeah, I mean, MTG will go to the House floor and just read Democrats' names. I mean, like, that was one of the things where she said, because the Epstein victims were afraid they're going to make their own client list, she was like, I'll read it. Give me the list of names. I'll read it. But I mean, like, if she did do that, like, I'm not saying that she wouldn't do that. That sounds exactly like something she would do. But like, do you think she would if they wrote Donald Trump's name on that list? Do you think she would read it? Like, I mean, how? Like, it's pretty. Like, she's not exactly ride or die for Trump. Just the fact that she's here at this thing, like, she's speaking. She said she'll read the name of the Epstein client list, sex buyer list. She, yeah, like, it's just interesting. Like, I don't know how far she goes with it, but yeah, I don't know. And again, as I often say, I think it is probably, politician-wise, mostly Democrats. It's the donors that might get into some Republicans, but politician-wise, I think it'll mostly be Democrats from like the 90s. But I don't know. Also, hell yeah, Office Space. One of my favorite movies of all time. Top 10, easy.
I'll go first, and then I'll let them. They're much more important than me.
Wait, sorry, what was the question?
I was going to ask you, the White House has said that this is discharge resolution is a very hostile act. What's your response?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you all for being here.
I'll go first.
I think it was hard to hear that, but I think the question was, the White House has said that, like, meaning like Trump has put the word out to, people who might vote for this act, that if you vote for the Epstein Files Transparency Act, that is a hostile move. You are setting yourself against the president. You are an enemy of the president, which is why almost no Republicans have signed on to this thing, except for those 4. So I think the question is about that.
Person, then I'll let them, they're much more important than me, but I don't understand why it's a hostile act. I can tell you that I talked to President Clinton,
This is crazy. Okay, yeah, let's watch this.
President Trump back in 2009, and several times after that, he didn't think that it was a hoax then. In fact, he helped me. He got on the phone. He told me things that were helping our investigation. Now, our investigation wasn't looking into him, but...
And he's always been consistent on that. That's one thing that Trump people who are into Epstein will bring up all the time. Trump was the only guy who Brad Edwards subpoenaed, and his whole list from like the names that Alfredo Rodriguez had circled in Epstein's black book, saying like these people either witnessed child sex abuse or did it themselves. So call these people. He subpoenaed all these guys, David Copperfield, whatever, Ghislaine Maxwell, Jean-Luc Brunel, like all these guys, and the only one that actually got back to him was Donald Trump. And Donald Trump not only got back to him, he offered to come in. He like spoke to him multiple times. He gave him information about Epstein that was useful and that turned out to be true. Trump is a huge gossip, so it makes sense. Yeah. And let's keep in mind, he does not like Epstein. Like at that point, whether it was whatever the reason, he was not a fan of Epstein's. So it's funny though, but it's like, because Brad Edwards, like, God, I mean, I don't know what the rules are on releasing that sort of shit, attorney-client privilege or something, but like, Edwards has like recordings of Trump talking about Epstein from like 2009, and he's saying, I don't get it. Like, I talked to Trump about this, and he very much was not saying it was a fucking hoax back then. So I don't know what changed. It's like,
but he was told me things that were helping our investigation. Now, our investigation wasn't looking into him, but he was helping us then. He didn't treat this as a hoax. So at this point in time, I would hope that he would revert back to what he was saying to get elected, which is, I want transparency. This about face that occurred, none of us understand it. In fact, I don't understand how this is an issue that's even up for debate. How do you not stand behind these women after you've heard their stories and know that hundreds of them were abused, and it was only because files are being kept in secrecy? The world should know who he is, who protected him, and the other people that are out there to be investigated need to be investigated. Good.
Yeah, I feel like this is the way he's talking about Trump here is also part of the strategic move that I'm kind of picking up on here, where they're like, we're not against Trump. This is not political. Like, we like Trump. Some of us are Republicans. It's actually not political. It has nothing to do with politics. It's just doing the right thing, and Trump should do it because he always does the right thing, and we like Trump, and blah, blah, blah. Like, I think that this kind of, the way he answered that question is very, it fits in with that sort of strategy as well. So hopefully it works. I don't think it will, but hopefully I think it's smart.
Are there any people who are currently serving in government who are named, who you know of, are in these files, who you had relations with, anything of that sort, who Jeffrey Epstein connected you with? Are you willing to say yes or no?
I don't think I can answer that.
Mr. Edwards,
sorry.
Okay, this fucking part. You ready? You ready for a jump scare here?
Have they been threatening us? They're saying they're being scared to talk.
I think she's referring to my speech. She's got a good.
Hi, Anushka DiGiorgio. I have been threatened.
Sorry. No, that's not the part I'm thinking of. But I'm not sure what the question was. It was very hard to hear. Something about, have you been threatened? Like, what? Can you talk more about being threatened by Epstein and Maxwell? I think that was something to do with the question.
I was threatened by phone. My daughter was threatened when I was volunteering to participate in, by means of being a witness in a civil lawsuit that Virginia Giuffre was bringing against Ghislaine Maxwell. I have been followed. I have been stalked. I have been followed not only by journalists, but by people who do not get out of the car and do not try and talk to me and just drive behind me as I drive my daughter to school. So the fear is very real for us. I have also been in multiple situations with both Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell, where they have been direct and indirect about implying and saying that if I was to talk, if I was to bring any kind of trouble, then there would be severe consequence, including death.
And just to add to that, Maxwell also threatened my sister Maria Farmer. When the FBI did nothing about her initial report, she reported individually at that time, and then in 2002 we spoke to a reporter at Vanity Fair telling our stories, fearful that perhaps other people were being harmed. We were not. We believed that was going to make a difference. We believed that would be put in print, and that story was crushed. And it was because of their power. And the message that we got from that was direct threats from Maxwell to my sister about her well-being and her safety and that of our family. So I think many people have similar stories of threats. That has been a very real part of this case.
Go ahead, over here.
Nope.
Do you want to address that, Annie?
I just want to say one thing that's very clear. When people say, please share names, there are names that are very well known, like that of Les Wexner, who everyone knows supplied an enormous amount of Epstein's financial wealth and allowed this operation to happen. So it's, I think, confusing to many of us why there have not been more ramifications for him, and he's been seen as a victim when clearly I believe there's more to it.
Right here, please.
But, yep.
Yeah, so you represented Virginia Roberts for many years. She eventually had to recant the allegations that she made against Alan Dershowitz. She alleged that.
Okay, so this is the fucking most infuriating part, but we'll get to this in just one second. I just want to quickly sort of say, diligent escape. I understand what you're saying here. I don't want there to be any anti-Semitism in the chat. I disavow anti-Semitism. I think it's stupid. I think it's the socialism of fools. It comes in play in a lot of fucking conspiracy theories, including Epstein. But I think it makes us look bad and discredits our case to be saying shit like this. I appreciate that you'll tone it down, but I just I don't want to see that shit in the chat. I don't want to see any Nazi shit, 4chan fucking dog whistles. I mean, well, I don't know. Not all 4chan dog whistles are anti-Semitic. Whatever. We could do advice animal memes or something like that, but come on, man. That's not cool. We're I'm against Israel. I'm against fucking genocide. I'm against the Israel lobby. I'm not against Jews, and we shouldn't be. Okay, there are. It's just a foolish way of looking at the world, in my opinion. I mean, I shouldn't say in my opinion when I'm saying something like that, but yeah, let's yes, I appreciate that you'll tone it down. Anyways, and yeah, you called it exactly right, Finland Station. That is who is in the crowd right now. Michael Tracy.
Of us, why there have not been more ramifications for him, and he's been seen as clear.
This part.
So you represented Virginia Roberts for many years. She eventually had to.
You can hear. I don't know if you guys can hear the whispering around there. There's some whispering happening in the crowd here. They gets picked up on the mics. You can sort of hear it. I can almost hear it, but as soon as he starts talking, you hear somebody go, "That's that asshole." That something something like that. Listen.
Yeah, so you represented Virginia Roberts for many years. She eventually had.
That's the asshole. Did you hear that? Anyway, it's Michael Tracy. Michael Tracy. So okay, what's his question?
To recant the allegations that she made against Alan Dershowitz. She alleged that.
We're not talking. All right, next question.
So also there's this woman here. I'm not sure who that is. She comes up to Brittany Henderson and whispers in her ear, and you can hear her say.
years. She eventually had to recant the allegations that she made against Alan Dershowitz. She alleged that
I can't hear everything, but she goes, "That's the fucking journalist who's something, something, something." Let's hear it one more time.
to recant the allegations that she made against Alan Dershowitz. She alleged that
Can't hear it. But she tells her, and then everybody's just like, "Oh, okay." So Michael Tracy is a fucking, fucking guy you've probably dunked on Twitter before. He works for fucking Alan Dershowitz, I believe, in this specific case. Here's his blog from just the other day. The Epstein humiliation. The past few days, I've been somewhat unexpectedly deluged with requests to discuss the Epstein files debacle. Wait, is this? Oh yeah, this is from a few months ago. Talking about, oh jeez. This is from, I guess, when... There are many things I've long found maddening about the prevailing conception of the Epstein issue, especially on social media. It's considered vicious and offensive to simply observe that the original and most high-profile accuser, Virginia Giuffre, was an admitted serial fabricator. Excuse me? What the fuck are you talking about, dude? This is exactly fucking the way Dershowitz talks. The worst you can say about Virginia Giuffre is, she talked a lot about this shit she was not listened to for a long time. Her depositions, she got some dates wrong. She didn't remember exactly how old she was when certain things happened. She didn't remember the precise details of when she met this person or who she met here and whatever. Do you remember everything that happened when you were fucking 17 years old? Do you remember everyone that you met? Do you remember every place you visited? Could you name every time you got on a plane? Fuck off with this shit. An admitted serial fabricator? Go fuck yourself. So this guy's a fucking piece of shit. Even though it was always Giuffre wild, sensational claims that formed the evidentiary basis for what people now profess to believe with such strident conviction that Epstein orchestrated a massive child sex trafficking and blackmail operation, implicating untold scores of powerful individuals in illicit sexual encounters, and now the horrifying truth continues to be covered up by the Trump administration. So basically, this guy believes that Epstein did nothing wrong and it's a total misunderstanding, and actually we should stop being so mean about it and whatever. Yeah. Very, very infuriating shit. But yeah, so that's him. That's Michael Tracy asking this question in the audience. Hey, why did she lie about Alan Dershowitz?
the allegations that she made against Alan Dershowitz. She alleged that
We're not talking.
Everybody's like, fuck
All right,
off.
next question.
Next question.
Thank you.
Who's next?
Why is it that she should
Yeah, no, we're not
Still keeps talking.
answering your question. Anybody else?
Go ahead.
He still keeps asking. It still keeps yelling at. Is that not a fair question?
Feel about the interview that was given to Ghislaine Maxwell.
There's a woman trying to say something.
That's better. Okay, ma'am, I think that you had a question.
When you talked in the past on MSNBC,
Oh my God.
So annoying. This guy keeps talking over everyone.
about the existence of the Epstein birthday book.
That's
Have
amazing.
you yourself in the course of litigation seen it?
I don't know that we're able to reveal what we've seen and what we have not seen by way of.
Oh, sorry, I wasn't even paying attention to that question, but it's about the birthday book. We all know about the birthday book by now. This is the Epstein's 50th birthday or something. He got a book, and every page was like a different letter from one of his friends, and there's the famous one, Donald Trump, that we haven't seen yet, but apparently exists somewhere, where it's like he drew a picture of a naked woman and wrote this weird fucking screenplay of him and Epstein talking and be like, what is it? May every day be another wonderful secret between you and I. Oh, I know the secret to happiness, but I won't tell. Do you know it, Epstein? Yes, I do, Donald Trump. As a matter of fact, I know the exact same thing. Yes, we know how to be good, and like that whole thing. So that's what they're asking about, the birthday book. And it was supposedly part of a discovery during one of the trials. I don't know exactly which one. And they're like, have you seen it? And he's like, oh, I'm not allowed to say whether we've seen it, but...
Protective order, but my point being in that circumstance was, if anybody wants answers, there's an easy place to get it. I told you where to get it. I said, the estate of Jeffrey Epstein has it, serve a subpoena on them, they'll turn it over. And if we had served a subpoena on them in the past, they would have turned it over and we would have seen it, which I don't usually miss subpoenas like that. So there we go.
So yeah, and that's actually also, funnily enough, that's what Rogan has been saying. He's been saying that we need to subpoena the Epstein estate because they have it, and they've said that they'll cooperate if they are subpoenaed, and they have to. So yeah, I don't know who's waiting on who. Why hasn't somebody done this? I don't know.
Go ahead.
Let me just say one thing on that.
Okay.
You know, to the
yeah, that was it, Mark. A friend is a wonderful thing, and may every day be another wonderful secret.
To your question about the allegations, there's a simple answer. Release the files. Let the American public decide. Instead of harassing, I gave you your say. Look.
Prominent individual among others.
You're hired by
This fucking guy keeps going in, and somebody yells, "You're what is it?"
Look.
Prominent individual among others.
You're hired by Dershowitz.
You're hired by Dershowitz.
You know,
I like that they're all kind of laughing at him because he is just a pathetic man. He's just like a fucking disgrace of a human being. So then now the camera actually pans over to be like, let me get a fucking look at this asshole. There he is. There's Michael Tracy.
You
fucking, what a fucking dickhole, man. What a whistling dickhole. Just like this moment, like all these fucking people out here, like inspired by Virginia Giuffre, trying to get to the truth, trying to get these files released. And this guy comes out here to do fucking Alan Dershowitz's dirty work. Go fuck yourself, dude. You are such a dickhole. Cannot believe it.
You've been heard.
I forgot about that part of the Trump birthday letter. Enigmas never age. What the fuck? What the hell does he even mean there? Can we get a better pick? You mean of Michael Tracy? Well, you know Michael Tracy, right? Michael Tracy. Oh, well, this is him back when he was on Young Turks. Young Turks. Not a great track record with a lot of Young Turks people, eh? Here he is on Tucker Carlson. Anyway, and there's like a bunch of other people named Michael Tracy, I guess. But yeah, no, it's Michael Tracy. Michael Tracy Dershowitz. I don't know. I don't see anything here with him. He definitely, like, his arguments are Dershowitz's arguments. So either he's just been convinced by Dershowitz or he's on the fucking payroll. Either he read Dershowitz's like deranged like defenses of himself and was like, yeah, that sounds right. Yeah, I believe him. I think it's just a coincidence that he is also like an evil person. But I believe his arguments. I think it's just, bad optics that he also harasses all the people he sues. But yeah, there is one of Cernovich with Dershowitz. Yeah. And Cernovich did help Dershowitz to, harass Virginia Giuffre. And what's the other guy? Charles C. Johnson, if you know him. Remember him from back in the day? He was on Trump campaign team and worked like, he's very close to Peter Thiel. He's very whatever. I have a lot of theories about Charles C. Johnson, but anyway, I'll leave those aside for now. But he also worked for Dershowitz at one point, was his assistant when he was like young. He was like 19, and he specifically helped him attack Virginia Giuffre as well. Yeah. There's no end to these fucking goons.
You've been heard, and even Alan Dershowitz says release the files. Release the files. That is the answer, and that's what we're here for. That is the.
You gotta go. You gotta go.
Yeah.
Can you elaborate on the
Oh my God! Throw that guy out. Yeah, he's getting thrown out. He's getting thrown out. Security got him. That's why you can see Virginia Giuffre's brother in the background. Let me just zoom in. So like up until now, he's been like slandering the recently deceased Virginia Giuffre. Here's her brother over here, Sam Roberts, and just watch his reaction as Michael Tracy gets thrown out.
Can you elaborate on the
Sorry.
Bye.
One second.
Sorry.
Yeah.
You know, I saw the hand go up and I thought it was him, but it's like the guy behind him.
Donald Trump
Anyway.
gave you help in 2009. Can you elaborate on your interactions with Donald Trump back in 2009? And for any of the victims,
This is a question of Brad Edwards about how did Trump help you in 2009?
they didn't ever see the president, well then not the president yet, but they never ever see Trump with Epstein in any way.
I don't know who's. I don't think that we can answer that question. Did anybody see Trump with Epstein back then? This is really not a political thing. We want the passage of the bill, and this is not to call out President Trump.
This is not to call out President Trump again.
My point was that he was friendly back then, did not think that it was a hoax, and was trying to help. And now it seems like all of a sudden somebody's in his ear and he's not. So I'm hoping.
Very smart too to be like. I mean, again, I'm totally assuming this is what he's doing, but I think it's kind of clear, right? He's like, someone's in his ear. Like he's getting bad advice. Someone must have told him to say it was a hoax. When in reality, it's like, no one in Trump's cabinet is that stupid. And there's a lot of idiots in there, except for Trump. Trump is. You think someone told Trump to say it's a hoax? That's just Trump's move. It's exactly what he calls Russiagate, the Russia hoax. Like, this is what he does. He's deny. He will never admit to anything. He'll deny no matter what he said in the past. The guy lies like he breathes. It's like so clear. But anyway.
He'll come back to where he was back in 2009, be on the side of the victims and stand with us.
On the passage of the bill,
Go ahead. Did you answer that? Did you answer that?
Todd Blanche.
Do you want to answer it?
This is about I couldn't quite hear the question, but it's about the interview. Todd Blanche. Maybe something more specifically about Todd Blanche, but Edward seems to be like, I think we already got this question.
Teresa was.
Yeah, that's right. Rod Weber, exactly right. The Roy Cohn playbook. What was it from? What was fucking Roy Cohn's 3 rules from that movie, The Apprentice, that both Roger Stone and Donald Trump stole? Yeah, 3 rules: attack, 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 admit nothing and deny everything, always claim victory and never admit defeat. And then, so those are Roy Cohn's rules. Roy Cohn was, I don't know. How should I describe Roy Cohn? As should I describe him in the Whitney Webb way or in a whatever less jumping to conclusions way? But he was, at the very least, he was a lawyer who was just had a black fucking heart. Was just he was a lawyer for the mob. He took Donald Trump under his wing and Roger Stone under his wing when they were young and taught them like his ways. He saw great potential in both of them. And what's Roger Stone's rules? Roger Stone's rules. Stone's rules. So Roger Stone had a book. Oh geez, I just want to see the list of the rules. What are they? Is there maybe a picture? What's this? So listen to this. These are Roger Stone's rules. Attack, attack, attack. Never defend. To win, you must do everything. Anyway, I don't know. He has an entire book literally called Stone's Rules, but he's always going, this is a Stone's rule. It's a Stone's rule. I'm doing a Trump voice for him, but He's going on about this stone shit. And he takes those rules for himself. He's like, these are actually my rules that I thought of. And then Donald Trump has done the same thing. Art of the Deal, I think. Winning negotiation tactics from Donald Trump. 10 rules from the Art of the Deal. I don't know. Deal making rules. Where is it? Sorry, guys. I swear this will be interesting. What? No way does he say this stuff. Use your leverage strategically without appearing desperate? No way does he say this stuff. This is like some other fucking website adding shit. Art of the Deal, Donald Trump. Get out of here. No, I don't want free summaries. Greatest secrets to success. Oh, jeez. Trust your instincts. Wow, what is it? Did AI write this? What the fuck? It's so long. Okay, I don't care. What even was this thing I got? What? I didn't want to read that. Okay, who cares? You know what? It don't matter. But Trump also recycles the Roy Cohn's rules. But that is exactly what Trump always does. If you want to understand Trump, that's it. Attack, attack, attack. Deny everything, admit nothing. And what's the other thing? I always forget this last one. What was it? Never admit defeat. Always claim victory. Never admit defeat. Like that's what he did at with the election. You know, always claim victory, never admit defeat. Deny everything, admit nothing. Attack, attack, attack. That is Trump. That's like the fucking. If Trump is like a golem, that's what's the words that are written in his head. Like that's all he does. That's how he reacts to everything. So, yeah, of course he called the Epstein a hoax. Deny everything, admit nothing. Attack, attack, attack. Never admit defeat, always claim victory.
Step up.
I would, Teresa J. Home. Happy to speak on that because what I will say is she got this airtime and platform. Her voice was elevated way before our voices were elevated here today.
And sorry, just to remind everyone what this is about. This is about Ghislaine Maxwell. And it's like, I think it's fucked up that like her voice was elevated and Todd Blanche posted it on his Twitter, put it on the OJ website, like this fucking like 4-hour podcast interview with Ghislaine Maxwell.
Okay. And that same calm, manipulative voice that she had so polite there that day with Todd Blanche was the same polite, coercive, manipulative voice that I heard as she was grooming me to then send me off to the home of Jeffrey Epstein where he would assault me. So that's what she was doing for hours, speaking with me, building relationship with me, building trust with me, allowing me to believe that I was going to get this job, a dream job that I had been recruited from my college, flown across the country from Los Angeles to New York City to interview, so I thought. So her voice that day was the same voice that sent me off to a monster. So nothing can be believed from what she says because she's been charged with perjury. I myself could sit there and listen, and as I did, I sat there and listened to this woman's voice lie. And there was no pushback from Todd Blanche because does he even have the facts to be able to push back on her?
That's exactly my fucking thing with him. He's like, he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. Like, he doesn't know anything about this. And also, he is like clearly just trying to protect Trump.
We could sit there and push back. Why didn't we get to attend that? Why weren't we there that day? Or why wasn't even one of us consulted prior to that day in that meeting? And why on earth has she been moved from Florida to her, it basically is prison spa. I mean, let's be real. None of us were consulted. I found out just like everyone here found out through the media, through all of you. We found out about Gilan's transfer. So I'm very angry to sit there and listen. The feelings that come up listening to this woman's voice is repulsive. Yes, I would say it's triggering. We all work very hard on healing, and it still gets to us after 2 decades. That's a very long answer, but it's repulsive to sit there and listen to her voice in her interview.
Can we take two more questions? One over here.
Reporting in Barak directly led to $100 million payment from JP Morgan to the Virgin Islands. Will you go after the DOJ, the FBI, because they're sitting on evidence? I've held the evidence in my hands.
You don't see it? I think that there's nobody that's immune from us going after them if there's a legitimate action to take. So to the extent that that evidence exists, then show it to us and we'll help in every way we can. We stand with the victims. Okay. One more.
Can the survivors speak to, speaking of being threatened and being afraid to come forward with a story, to the case of Katie Johnson, who alleged that Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein...
This is an interesting part too. So she's bringing up Katie Johnson, who was the, what was she? Well, she was someone who claimed, and Katie Johnson's not her real name, it's a pseudonym. She claims to have been raped by Donald Trump at several parties thrown by Jeffrey Epstein. She had very specific, allegations. They're horrifying to read. It is maybe the most disturbing thing you can read in this entire case. And she originally made these allegations, I think, in 2016, or was it 2015? I think 2016. Got whatever, dropped them, and then Rachel Bloom, what was her name? Lisa Bloom. Gloria Allred's daughter. She campaigned to become her lawyer. She became her lawyer. They were supposed to drop this. They were supposed to have a press conference on November 2nd, if I'm not mistaken, 2016. So just a few days before the election. Maybe it was November 4th. I don't remember. But just right before the election, right? They're supposed to have a press conference. And the day of that press conference, Katie Johnson, whoever this was, dropped the case. Now, at the time, Hillary Clinton had a campaign strategy against Trump where she was just going to steamroll him with all of his sexual assault allegations. After, from the day the Hollywood Access tape came out, if you look at the timeline, almost literally every single day, another woman would come out and accuse Trump of sexual assault or sexual harassment of some kind. Not just assault, but some form of sexual harassment at the very least. And it was working. It was really not looking good for Trump. And his numbers were not looking good. At least it seemed that way. And Katie Johnson was it almost seemed set up right near the election, that'll be perfect. Except the Clinton campaign did not boost Katie Johnson's story at all. They were not interested in that one. Probably because of the Epstein connection, right? Hillary Clinton didn't want to fucking touch that because her husband is also an Epstein guy. That's Bill Clinton, if you didn't know. Yeah, Hillary Clinton's Bill Clinton's wife. Crazy, small world. But what a coincidence that they both ran for president. Man, that's nuts. But Katie Johnson, I mean, there are some aspects of her case that are suspicious. Some aspects of it they seem a little odd. Some of it, though, I think has been seemed crazy at the time, but has been since 2016 has been very corroborated by other stories of victims of Epstein's. I remember the time being Epstein didn't have orgies. No, Epstein had orgies. That was a thing that happened. There are certain things in the thing that seemed discredited at the time, but then later on, it was, not the case. But there was, I remember like the liberal media reporting on it. They were like 28 women have accused Trump of this. One of them is apparently she was like 12 years old or 14, I think, years old. And that one is kind of crazy and it's probably not true. Like pretty much everyone was reporting on it like that. And it seemed like very much like, don't get into this one. This one is going to have backlash on us. And so anyway, on the day that the press conference was supposed to happen, Katie Johnson canceled. She dropped the case. And she was getting death threats, and there's a bunch of weird things with the case. So somebody asked a question about Katie Johnson. Personally, I don't know if you can pick up on this. I tend to think Katie Johnson is telling the truth. She also had a witness. There's somebody else who was testifying with her. Like I think people have really underestimated this case. That's my personal belief. But I'll do a stream about that soon, breaking down that entire thing. But this is a question about Katie Johnson. And check out the response from like everyone on the stage here.
Can the survivors speak to, speaking of being threatened and being afraid to come forward with the story, to the case of Katie Johnson, who alleged that Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein?
I don't think we can talk about. I don't think we can talk about that case.
Everybody goes, oh no, and you can see Anushka, in particular, looked at Brad Edwards and starts shaking her head quickly.
Who alleged that Donald Trump and Jeffrey Epstein?
I don't think we can talk about. I don't think we can talk about that case. I do think it's worth saying though.
So I mean, like I don't know. I find that interesting. I mean, I wonder if that's because of the whole they're trying to appeal to Donald Trump. They don't want to get any. It was 13. Okay, thank you. Yeah. So she was 13 in her allegation. I knew it was young. Like younger than the average Epstein victim for sure. Sorry, what was I saying? Yeah, I wonder at this response, like, and she's bringing it up because some of them have been talking about getting death threats and being attacked and stuff. And Katie Johnson specifically said that the reason she was backing down was because she was getting death threats. Like I guess, I mean. My best guess as to what, because that's an interesting reaction. I'm not quite sure what it means. My best guess is, and I don't know, let me know what you guys think. My best guess though is that the whole strategy they're going for here, like, this is like, they're not virtue signaling here. They're not trying to be the most correct, right? They're trying to win. Like they want the files to be released, and they understand that in order to release the files, they need to sort of like walk on eggshells a little bit as far as Trump goes. They don't want to upset Trump. And Katie Johnson, that case is directly related to Trump. I mean, it's actually Diligent Escape, the opposite. It was dropped November 4th or 2nd, one of those 2 days. I think I'm going to say 4th. I don't know. It was dropped early in November 2016, like just days before the election. It was also dropped. It had been dropped, or maybe this is what you're talking about. It had been dropped earlier than that. Oh, did I miss that? That was so. Wait a minute. Wait. Okay. Let me see, because if that lines up, that would be crazy. Katie Johnson. So Snopes. I don't think there isn't even a full Wikipedia page about Katie Johnson, which I find crazy. This is just on all of his sexual misconduct allegations. So in April 2016, okay, an anonymous woman using the pseudonym Katie Johnson filed in suit. So this is when she originally filed, April 2016, and the case was dismissed the following month. Okay, so May 2016. A second version of the lawsuit was filed in New York in June by the same woman as Jane Doe. When she was blah, blah, blah. November, the lawsuit was refiled in September. And on November 2nd, okay, there you go. November 2nd, Doe was scheduled to appear at a press conference at the office of Lisa Bloom before abruptly canceling. Bloom said that Jane Doe had received multiple threats. Yes, very, very fucked up shit. Yeah, I have a lot more to say about this. But yeah, no, well, when did Trump announce his campaign? was it in 2015, right? When he came down the escalator. Campaign. The escalator speech. Mexico's not sending their best. That one. They're bringing crime. They're bringing rapists. And some of them I assume are good people. 2016 presidential announcement. When was this? June 2016. So, yeah. So it was filed in, the original one was filed in April, I think, 2016? April 2016, yeah. It was originally filed in April. So then the next month it was dismissed in court. And then the next month after that is when Trump announced, which is when the second version was originally filed. I don't know why it had to be refiled in September. I don't exactly know what happened. Did it time out or something? I'm a little bit confused. But yeah, no, there is some interesting timing here, I will say. I have a theory that Pizzagate, well, I won't spoil it all here, but I believe that Pizzagate, which came up around the time that this press conference was supposed to occur, had to do with the Trump campaign's fear of what the Katie Johnson press conference would be. So they decided to invent a way to attack Hillary Clinton about Epstein without involving Trump or in fact making Trump into a hero. But that's what my next video is about, and it'll hopefully be out this month. So we'll get to that.
Despite the comments that he made, Virginia Roberts Giuffre is an American hero. Yeah. She is somebody without whom we would not be able to have this voice. She was the one who had courage to...
We would know nothing about Epstein. We would know nothing about Epstein.
Name names, speak out against people, and she was standing up against everybody at one time with an enormous amount of pressure.
And most of these women are here because of Virginia Roberts Giuffre. So,
all right, last one.
Clearly not us.
I don't think that anybody knows, but I can tell you that in the oversight committee meeting yesterday, they indicated that they were all for transparency, releasing the files, and asked us to hold them accountable. Isn't that right?
Yes.
They said hold them accountable. So we.
Sorry. The Pizzagate thing was because of another girl. I mean, Pizzagate was like there were no victims of Pizzagate. Like no victims were like named really. It was like a completely, speculative theory that didn't have victims, at least not named victims. Like even if Pizzagate's true, let's just assume Pizzagate's true. No one knew any names of girls who were, in the basement of Comet Ping Pong. Or whatever, what have you. But yes. And any updates on the chilled gob cord? Well, yes, I will start I have it almost ready, and I don't know. We'll launch the gob cord in a very short amount of time. Very soon. And thanks, Rod Weber. June 16th.
We intend to hold them accountable.
That's up to them.
We're going to show them where to go with it, and as long as they're doing their job, they should. I'm going to turn it back over to...
The question was, will you go after the guys that, the men who are named in the files? And he's like, I mean, we're going to reveal that they're in the files, and then it's up to them to go after it, and hopefully they will.
Rogan, thank you.
Let me just say this. Let me say this. I think the people back who are testifying here today or speaking out today, they are American heroes. Let's give them another round of applause. And you say, look, Thomas, Marjorie, and I, we're huge believers in the First Amendment, and we believe in free speech, and we take abuse all the time. But you see, you see why it's so.
Anyways,
hard to do what they have done.
This is the rest of it is just the politicians coming up and, you know, making a meal of this moment, which they should, I guess, but I don't know. I don't think it's super interesting. But yeah, I don't know. I thought that I found this really interesting. I think that there's a lot to be, I don't know, learned, gained. No, that's not really right. But there's some very powerful moments. There's some interesting moments. I don't know that we learn anything, but I think it's great that like more and more victims are coming out about this. I think it's so smart that they did this when they did it, like right as it was starting to die, like the story was starting to come out of the news a little bit. And, you know, I think that was very, very smart. Yeah, so MJF, so you agree with me that sorry, wait. I guess let me just do a little ending paragraph, conclusion paragraph. In conclusion, that has been the this is for so that when I edit it won't just cut off immediately. Yeah, I think that was a really interesting 2-hour video. I think that it's really cool that so many of these victims have come forward more and more. I think they did it at a smart time. They got the message out. And I also just think it's awesome to see like people actually able to be like working together with MAGA on this shit. And hey, like she's a terrible person, but props to Marjorie Taylor Greene for showing up. Because you know that's gonna piss off Trump. So we'll see what comes of this. I somehow doubt that this act will be passed, but I don't know. I mean, there's a lot of other avenues here. I mean, someone should subpoena the estate of Jeffrey Epstein and get that birthday book. Let's see that naked woman drawing that Donald Trump drew. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Okay, all right, that's all we gotta do. But now let me chat with chat. So yes, MJF. It appears that you are. I think you and I are on the same page here. Pizzagate was made up as a cover or smokescreen for Trump's actual actions. I wasn't saying Pizzagate was real. Yeah, no worries. Oh yeah, sorry, I wasn't even thinking that you were. But what other girl would it be though? I'm a little bit confused about that. Yes, people are talking about Flesh Simulator. You know, somebody send me that. All right, I guess. Fuck. What am I trying to say? The links are still banned in chat, I think. I think some people can send them if I've made you a mod. But let's see. Flesh Simulator. Flesh Simulator Pizzagate. Yeah, I think I watched this back in the day, and I do not agree with it. But yeah, we'll watch it.
Hello. This is probably the sketchiest video I've done to date.
We gleaned is what we did. That's exactly right. That is exactly right. We gleaned. That's a little thing you like to call gleaning.
This deals with a topic that is one of the most polarizing and controversial in recent memory, and in my opinion not only has some of the most misinformation and disinformation surrounding it, but also a non-trivial amount of hard evidence. I'm talking, of course, about the question of what was the deal with Washington, D.C.'s most infamous restaurant, aka...
Yeah, S. Lawless. One of my favorite things I took away from this is that the journalists who are asking good questions are not just the fringe journalists. Mainstream's doing their job for once. Yeah, I think that there's been a shift in the last few months over Epstein, like even more so than there was before, where the Democrats, like not just even the media, but the actual Democrats are now like, yeah, it's time. Let's look into Epstein. I don't think Hillary Clinton's going to run again. I don't think we need to protect the Clintons. I don't think we need to fucking worry about this shit. Let's go after Trump. You know what I mean? I think that's what we're seeing. I think that's why the liberal media has also stepped up a little bit and are asking questions about intelligence connections and whatever. Yeah.
Hey.
Pizzagate.
Damn it. Okay. Triangular handheld food gate.
Onigiri gate. Triangle gate?
What we're going to be doing is breaking down some of the stuff that's known for certain in a way that avoids speculation. This is not.
Oh, do I think the files are a psyop? No, I don't think so. I mean, I think that the files that we get are obviously limited hangouts. But I mean, we know. I mean, at the very least, I think that there are. I would like to know more about those DVDs that were taken from Epstein's mansion that say like, young girl's name and name of a famous person, like whatever, like girl, age, whatever, with name. Like, what happened to those? Those got confiscated. Those disappeared. What happened to them? What's the chain of custody on those? I'd like to know a lot of interesting, a lot of things. I think that the files exist. I don't think that they were completely fabricated. I can easily imagine maybe like, the fucking Kash Patel owned run FBI putting out a PSYOP, making some fake files, whatever. I can imagine that happening. I think so far they haven't done that. They've done which is partially why everything they put out is backfired against them. Like the fucking prison video they cut minutes out of, or they weren't clear about the files they just released the other day that are just nothing new. I downloaded them. They're so annoying to like read. Like it's just so disorganized and bad and almost fully redacted. Absolutely nothing new. Yeah, interesting. Is there a way that I can do a poll in the chat? I'm always surprised by like how many people are kind of like pizza pilled. Engage with your audience. Oh, I can do a poll. Yes. Pizzagate real was okay. What should the poll be? I want to know how many of you guys are like pizza pilled. So let me think about how I want to phrase this question. Pizzagate was to some extent a real thing. Is that I feel like that's not really very clear, is it? A real thing. I mean, like what I'm trying to say is Pizzagate was to some extent there is some, I mean, aside from the Epstein thing, which is not always even really present in Pizzagate stuff, like this actual shit about, okay, you know what? I'll make it more specific. Comet Ping Pong, because I think this is what flesh simulator things. Was Comet Ping Pong, do you believe Comet Ping Pong and or James Alefantis were in some way involved in an elite pedophile conspiracy connected to Hillary Clinton? John Podesta, I'll say. Okay. I feel like that's vague enough. Whatever. Oh, your question is too long? Oh, fuck. Okay. All right, I'll cut it down a little bit. Damn it, it's still too long? Oh boy. Didn't know they had. There we go. Oh, I just have one too many things. Sorry guys. This is probably really boring to watch, eh? Okay. Here we go. Do you believe Comet Ping Pong / James Alefantis were at all involved in an elite pedo conspiracy? I'll put a not sure. I'll give you guys a not sure. Okay. So let me know what you think. That worked, right? Let me know what you guys think. How pilled is this chat? How pilled are we right now? I hope I didn't, convince anyone to, what's the word? Oh, what the heck? All right. No. Interesting. How do I see the results? Okay. Can you guys see the results too, or is it just me? We are getting some yeses. Not too many. Looks like we're at 6% yes. I don't know. I don't know how to exactly get the poll on screen. That seems important. I'll figure that out. I'll figure that out another time because I just found out that I could do these things. This is great. I'll do more of these. These seem fun. But yeah, mostly not sure. 53%. No. 37%. Yes. 11%. You see results? Okay, great. But yeah, yeah. All right. Let's watch this. Let's watch Flesh Simulator. I think Flesh Simulator makes about as good a case for it as anybody.
Doing is breaking down some of the stuff that's known for certain in a way that avoids speculation. This is not only for the sake of trying to avoid defamation lawsuits, but also just general self-preservation. Speaking of self-preservation, I've been spending a lot of time at the range.
Oh, that was loud. That was loud in my ears.
In fact, I had wanted to do this video earlier, but I wanted to wait until I had a CCW.
Whoa.
I can sense the trepidation in the room. Everyone just got a bit uneasy feeling. Why is that? Well, for many of the people watching this, you're probably thinking of QAnon. QAnon is the movement with which all of you are probably aware. Pizzagate, on the other hand, was a scandal that broke several months prior following a series of high-profile email leaks.
Several months prior, like a year prior. QAnon, the first Q post, before QAnon even really took off, but the first Q post was November 2017. Pizzagate was November 2016. And late October 2016 was when it really took off. You could maybe say Pizzagate started when the Podesta emails leaked, which, by the way, do we know when the Podesta emails leaked? They leaked half an hour after the, what's it called? Help me out here. The Access Hollywood tape came out. The same day, 1.5 hour after the Access Hollywood tape came out, and Trump said, "Oh, hello, I'm Donald Trump." It's my new Trump impression. Grab him by the pussy, whatever. When you're rich, you can do anything. They let you do it, blah, blah, blah. That whole thing, half an hour after that tape came out is when the Podesta emails started leaking. And then WikiLeaks dropped another batch of the emails every day leading up until the election. And it wasn't until like around October 29th, I think, was what's considered the very first Pizzagate post which was on Facebook, but then it was shared on Twitter, and then 4chan kind of got involved. Anyways, listen, I've been really going down this rabbit hole pretty hardcore for the last 7 months or so. So I have a lot going on in my brain here, but yeah. But yeah, I just wanted to correct that small thing. It wasn't a couple months before. It was like a year before.
Pizzagate, on the other hand, was a scandal that broke several months prior following a series of high-profile email leaks. Now, whether this was intentional or not, QAnon did a very good job of incorporating the themes and elements of the earlier scandal and adding an additional 300% of lurid, easily disproven nonsense. So this had the effect of discrediting all of the claims made, even the ones for which there was strong evidence, simply by adding in easily debunked evidence to use as talking points and citations and articles by places like my favorite website, Wikipedia.
Wikipedia is the best website, but I don't know what that tone was. Wait, sorry, what am I trying to say here? He was saying something that I wanted to comment on. Oh yeah, excuse me. I agree with like what he's saying broadly, that like the what's it called? The way that Pizzagate fell out, like the way that it all happened, it made the parts of it that were true, notably the parts about Jeffrey Epstein, seem more insane. It made it easier for people to defend Epstein shit. It made it harder to hold people accountable for actual elite child sex trafficking, you know? And so like that part I agree with. And what his sort of overall tone here, it is something that I hear a lot of like former what's the word? QAnon people or whatever, like a lot of like MAGA people have abandoned QAnon. And a lot of like MAGA people will even say QAnon was a psyop. Like it was not real. It was a lie. It was made to manipulate us. But a lot of them will say, but Pizzagate was real. That seems to be getting more and more popular, which is weird to me because Pizzagate was like abandoned after Edgar Welch dropped in to Comet Ping Pong. People really stopped talking about Pizzagate for a while. After that, it became kind of, I mean, because Pizzagate used to be, it was being promoted by people who were like Sean Hannity was posting Pizzagate shit, like, you know, all kinds of people were going hardcore on Pizzagate until whenever. So it's just interesting now that people are like, Q is a psyop, but Pizzagate was real. That seems to be like a new development, and new in the last like 2 years or so. To me, that I started noticing it. Yeah, it's interesting. All right, let's keep going.
Or, I guess, to use an analogy, imagine you're at a house party. You see someone spike a girl's drink. You confront him and leave to go warn the girl and tell the host. But before you do, the creepy guy starts loudly telling everyone, hey, there's some dude here who's having some kind of, like, mental episode. Like, he's going around telling people I'm, you know, like, shooting people with a BB gun. I'm smearing shit on the walls, roofing people's drinks. You know, I'm stabbing people with forks, saying the N-word. Like, can we please get this guy out of here? Yeah, dude, the guy's, like, tripping or something.
Yeah, that's funny. That's true.
The other reason is that this is a topic that people think of as a dangerous conspiracy theory, one that has the ability to get its hooks into people to such a degree that it pushes them into mental instability, as evidenced by the tragic mass shooting the narrative inspired. Now, see, most of you accepted that sentence at face value, because that's the tone it was invariably described by news outlets at the time, and since. But what's interesting is that, well, nobody got shot. Yeah, like, according to accounts of the event from both police and people present, the perpetrator, Edgar Welch, walked into the restaurant around 3 p.m. carrying a rifle, told everyone in there not to worry, they weren't in danger, but they had to leave. He then spent about an hour searching the restaurant looking for the kids. Obviously, none were found. But then, how was that a shooting? Well, technically, a shot was fired. At one point during the search, Welch came across...
That is true, too. The way people talk about Edgar Madison Welch, and they call it the Pizzagate shooting, or whatever. Like a man with a gun, whatever. And, like, it seems fucked up to call it a shooting, because it's like, well, no one got hurt. Like, no one died. Like, people were scared, right? Like, there were, like, families there with their kids and stuff. But, like, when you say the Pizzagate shooting, the Comet Ping Pong shooting, whatever... makes it sound like you're talking about like a massacre of some kind, but no, he shot like a door open. Like that's whatever.
A suspiciously locked door, and to open it, he shot the lock with his rifle. So yeah, one shot at a lock in the middle of an empty restaurant. Upon finding nothing, he put down the rifle inside, proceeded to leave the restaurant unarmed, laid down in the road with his hands behind his head, and waited for the cops to come arrest him. He complied peacefully. However, let's take a look at the security camera footage. Oh, damn, that's weird. All the security cameras were turned around backwards to face the wall. Just for that day. That's a shame. On the one day you'd least want that to happen. Well, what about the lock? Where did that door lead? Well, as it turned out, nowhere interesting. It turned out to be a normal utility closet being used as the restaurant server room. Was there any damage? Well, the only damage from the round fired was to the server, as it was shot directly through the hard drive platter.
Wait, why would a restaurant need to have that?
Okay, wait a second. Wasn't this thoroughly debunked? Because every time I've heard about this, it's in the phrase, the thoroughly debunked conspiracy theory. Well, it's not thoroughly debunked. It's extensively debunked. What's the difference? Well, if someone was claiming that I'm a 55-year-old ex-con and secretly Chinese and that they once saw me accidentally take a swig out of a Gatorade bottle full of photo developer that I had sitting directly next to a bottle of Gatorade I was drinking, I could extensively debunk their claims, but not thoroughly.
Because you only have documentation disproving the first 3 claims, right? Not because you drank photo developer. Not because you drank photo developer, right?
So, what was debunked? Well, mainly the stuff that immediately comes to mind. Stuff along the lines of a certain former First Lady eating the children in the restaurant.
Rosalind Carter.
Or the idea that there was a secret basement where they stored the kids for nefarious purposes. You see, stuff in that vein has been categorically debunked. No basement in the building. No evidence of freak shows.
The basement thing is like always the line, right? Like, actually, Comet Ping Pong doesn't even have a basement. It's like, I always felt like that is a very dumb way to debunk Pizzagate, where it's like, okay, so here's the theory. There's a basement in Comet Ping Pong where Hillary Clinton and Huma Abedin cut off a kid's face and wore it as a mask, and then other Democrats and other elites will come in with Maria Abramovich and write shit on the walls and combine bodily fluids into a stew. It's called spirit cooking. They summon the devil, and there's all this shit going on. And you're like, actually, the part where you said that Comet Ping Pong has a basement is wrong. And it's like, okay, well, that wasn't the worst part of it. There are other things in there that I feel like maybe you should spend more time trying to talk about.
Of murder and debauchery occurring on the premises. That's kind of all made up. Like regarding the basement specifically, before a bunch of people come in here and correct me, yes, there was a basement in the restaurant next door, Buck's Fishing and Camping, also opened by the same guy who started Comet Ping Pong, who we will discuss shortly. This restaurant does have a basement. This was the basement mentioned in a 2009 interview by the owner of Comet, talking.
Oh, sorry, wait, I missed this. What was he saying?
Like regarding the basement specifically, before a bunch of people come in here and correct me, yes, there was a basement in the restaurant next door, Buck's Fishing and Camping, also opened by the same guy who started Comet Ping Pong, who we will discuss shortly. This restaurant does have a basement. This was the basement mentioned in a 2009 interview by the owner of Comet, talking about bringing up pizza sauce from the basement.
We don't actually know that, but he did have... James Alefantis did do an interview where he mentions that he... Like, cause it was just like a big thing for when people are like, oh, Comet Ping Pong doesn't even have a basement. Then you go, oh, really? Then explain this fucking, what's it called? Like, interview. Here, I actually have it here. One sec. Here it is. This. Give me a second. Pulling this up here. It's loading. Hang on. Give it a time. Give it a second, guys. Really? All right. So this is an article from 2015. James Alefantis talking about, hey, this guy's overall. Oh, yeah, we had Food Network went to Comet Ping Pong. Blah, 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 blah. Oh, all right. You get it. Oh, wow. Diamonds, Drive-Ins, and Dives. Oh, he was on Guy Fieri's show. And where does it say? Basement. There it is. And this is, so he's talking about Guy Fieri coming to, sorry, you guys can't really read that, eh? Let me just zoom in a bit. Talking about Guy Fieri coming to Comet Ping Pong in Diners, Dive-Ins, and Dives. And Diners, Dive-Ins, and Dives? No, it's Drive-Ins and Dives. Okay, what the heck? They talk about whatever. Oh, get out of here. Food Network called. Sorry, what are we saying? Where was it? Okay, so he's talking about the people from Guy Fieri's show when they were at Comet Ping Pong. They were like, "Wow, this is really good. You're the best restaurant we've ever been to." And what was it they couldn't believe he made? Well, okay, Alefantis. Well, they make everything from scratch. Other restaurants, even good restaurants, will like not roast their own peppers. You can just buy the roasted peppers in a can, or you can buy garlic oil. Some products you can get, they're consistent and they're easy. But yada. Jumping ahead. Here it is. Because a lot of restaurants will open a can and put it on, like our sauce. We harvest a whole crop of organic tomatoes, 10 tons of tomatoes every year. Can them all, store them in the basement, have like a harvest party when it gets loaded in. So, I mean, I don't know. Flesh Simulator is saying he was talking about bucks hunting and fishing, which I'm not sure that we can say for sure. Where did the Flesh Simulator thing go? Where did it go? I just had it up. What the heck? Did I accidentally close it? I might have accidentally closed it. Anyway, but yeah, it's hard to say. Here we go.
Murder and
I
debauchery.
mean, that would make sense. I would assume, like, since Comet Ping Pong appears to actually not have a basement, he was either talking about that or, I don't know, another one. Another basement, maybe at his house or something, or at a farm or something like that.
Or the idea that there was a secret basement where they stored the kids for nefarious purposes. You see, stuff in that vein has been categorically debunked. No basement in the building. No evidence of freak shows of murder and debauchery occurring on the premises. That's kind of all made up. Like, regarding the basement specifically, before a bunch of people come in here and correct me, yes, there was a basement in the restaurant next door, Buck's Fishing and Camping, also opened by the same guy who started Comet Ping Pong, who we will discuss shortly. This restaurant does have a basement. This was the basement mentioned in a 2009 interview by the owner of Comet, talking about bringing up pizza sauce from the basement. For the record, though, I think he was literally just talking about pizza sauce, not like blended up children, as he was talking to a food magazine. More critically, though, this single-minded obsession with the basement completely screwed over this cause, because now people can just go, no basement, no basement, no basement, no basement, and shut down your argument.
True. And the basement shit got way out of hand. They were talking about, like, tunnel system under DC that everyone was implicated in, and people were trying to get down in the sewers and film and look for, children being endangered.
Whenever anyone goes and looks, because there is indeed no basement. Why do we care? What wasn't debunked? Well, there's a lot of stuff that's very suspicious, but is either the sort of thing that would fall under the category of circumstantial evidence, or be it inadmissible as evidence at all, or in many cases would potentially be considered slander. So we're just going to be making no accusations, just impartially reporting facts here. The restaurant is owned by a man named James Alefantis. Little is known about his background, but it is possible that due to the lack of appearances in public records, he is using a pseudonym. By coincidence,
oh no,
the way to say I love children in French is j'aime les enfants.
I can't believe he included this. This is the dumbest fucking argument for like the Pizzagate. Like, I literally think this is the stupidest. Well, there's some other dumb ones too, but like James Alefantis, French, the way you say I love the children, j'aime les enfants. Like, if you say it in a French accent, it doesn't sound anything like James Alefantis. And also, why the fuck would he give himself a name that is like, why would this guy do, if you're like doing like if you know how in like books like Dracula will be like, it is I, Alucard or something. It's like Dracula backwards. It's like, I don't know. This is just the way that, like, I think a lot of the dumbest conspiracy theories are, where they're like, symbolism will be their downfall. It's like they always will. They love puns. The evil ones that rule over us. They love puns. They can't resist it. They have to put puns in shit. They'll give themselves a fake name, but the name, like, if you're giving yourself a fake name, it's so that you don't get caught. If you give yourself a fake name and the fake name is like, I love children in French, like, that makes zero sense. It's so stupid. I mean, I'm always surprised at how prevalent this type of logic is in conspiracy theories. There's none of these. If anyone can think of one, I'd be curious. Are there any examples of like known cases of this sort of thing? Like someone making their name into a, extended metaphor or whatever you call it. Like, it's just so stupid. Anyway, I can't believe he included this.
The way to say I love children in French is j'aime les enfants. He was voted one of the 50 most powerful people in DC.
This was nuts. Yeah, this is true. From a, what was it? What magazine was this? I don't know. Some magazine. Actually, I have that link here too. 1 second. I can pull that up. The 50 most powerful people in DC. I think it was saying excluding Obama or something like that. Give me a second. 50 most powerful. I have this here somewhere. I know I do. Ah, jeez. Hang on. James Alefantis. Here it is. Yeah. GQ was the article. And let me see if I can get this one going. GQ Gallery. The 50 most powerful people in Washington. Asterisk. People with the last names Obama and Biden not included. So this is GQ's list, and these are mostly politicians. Oh, wait. Why can't I keep reading? Oh, no. Sorry, gang. Hang on. I'll get this going. Paywall. Remove paywalls. Mitch McConnell, number 2. Eric Cantor, number 1. David Plouffe, number 3. Why is it all in this weird order? Hillary Clinton, number 5. Anyway, and then all the way down, way down. I went down in the river to pray. There's the Podestas, Heather and Tony. Jake Sullivan. Patty Murray. Marco Rubio. Jack Quinn. And 49, James Alefantis. Restaurateur and bon vivant. Oh, 2 more French names. What sort of pedophile secrets are they hiding? Liberal 20-somethings in khakis drink beer and eat pizza at Alefantis-owned Comet Ping Pong. More established progressives wine and dine next door at Alefantis-owned Bucks Fishing Camping. Alefantis is also the board president of Transformer, the contemporary art gallery that shamed the Smithsonian for removing an installation offensive to right-wingers. When it comes to DC radical chic, Alefantis is unsurpassed. If you don't know him, you aren't wearing your scarf right. So that is what he's talking about. He was named the 49th most powerful person in DC, according to GQ magazine. But I mean, like, you look at the actual article and it's just like, okay. I mean, that just seems like some little catty, like, oh, the hipsters really like it. But it's like, that is not, that, I mean, I don't know. This doesn't seem like this isn't a serious, like, list. Like, it's full of jokes and shit. Yeah, he runs a popular restaurant. I don't know. He does throw a lot of like fundraisers and stuff for the Podesta and the Hillary Clinton campaign. But I don't know. Like, it doesn't seem like the article writer was seriously saying, hey, this is the list of the top 49. It's like, this is like a kind of fluff joke article for the most part. It's like whose last names aren't Obama or Biden, you know? Anyway, that's my take. It is weird. I'm not going to say it's not weird. It is weird.
This is kind of odd, given that, he owns a small to medium-sized restaurant, and D.C. is full of, like, senators and shit. According to property records, the buildings for Comet
Yeah, it was a weird choice for that list. I agree.
Ping Pong and Bucks Fishing and Camping are owned by the same holding company that owns the building next door, occupied at the time by another pizza place, Besta Pizza. It is kind of weird for any entity to own a restaurant and then place a competing restaurant right next to it. It is weirder.
No, that's not that weird. That happens a lot. I mean, I don't know. I can think of examples of that, but a lot of people will open restaurants like next door to each other that are different, like Alefantis did in this case, and they would, he'd be able to use the same dishwashers or whatever in both restaurants, something like that. Whatever, like the staff could work in both.
When the logos for both restaurants are dead ringers for something else.
Dead ringers? No, he's talking about this FBI. Sorry, I like Flesh Simulator. I'm not trying to like treat him like he's a chud or like a moron here. I like his stuff, but just so that's clear. But this is not a dead ringer for like. So this is from the FBI report of symbols that pedophiles use to identify each other. This is a real FBI thing. And this was apparently a logo that at some point they tried to get working. And they got this one here. It's a butterfly, means child lover, I guess. And then they're saying, look, and then look at the ping pong paddles. It's a dead ringer for the thing. It's like, no, it's not. Those are ping pong paddles. And another thing that Pizzagate people will be like, and look, play, eat, drink. The first letter of each one, P-E-D, ped. And it's just like, no, man, like that's get out of here with that. I find that very unconvincing. And then
to own a restaurant and then place a competing restaurant right next to it. It is weirder when the logos for both restaurants.
Wait, is he talking about hunting and fishing, or is he talking about Besta Pizza? Because Besta Pizza is owned by someone else. It's in the same plaza. Sorry, did I miss that
owns
part?
A small to medium-sized restaurant, and DC is full of, like, senators and shit. According to property records, the buildings for Comet Ping Pong and Buck's Fishing and Camping are owned by the same holding company that owns the building next door, occupied at the time by another pizza place.
Oh, okay.
Besta Pizza.
Oh, so he's talking about a different pizza place. Okay. But it's not one of the ones that Alefantis owns, but it's some sort of holding company or whatever. I don't know all the details on that.
It is kind of weird for any entity to own a restaurant and then place a competing restaurant right next to it. It is weirder when the logos for both restaurants are dead ringers for...
So that isn't the logo for Comet Ping Pong? That's Sorry, so I see what he's saying now. So I misinterpreted him before. Let me just make that clear. I thought he was talking about bucks hunting and fishing. Sorry, I guess I've got too many things going on.
It is weirder when the logos for...
So he's saying that the spiral triangle, which is supposed to represent I think it represents boy love.
Both restaurants.
Similar to the symbol for Besta Pizza. I mean, that doesn't seem that weird to me. That seems like the type of symbol that you might think of if you're trying to think of a symbol for a pizza place.
Are dead ringers.
Then this one, so this is the Alefantis one.
Or
that is not the logo for Comet Ping Pong. The logo for Comet Ping Pong, it says Comet Ping Pong. The image that he's showing there, this is like the logo for Comet Ping Pong. The comet with like the triangles around it. That thing with the ping pong paddles, that was like some like graphic that they had on their menu. I don't know. Can I even find that menu? Comet Ping Pong menu. Like there's the image that they're saying is, oh, it's this. Here's another one actually. They thought that this symbol of the hands looks like this, when it's just like, in what way? Like, what are you talking about? Anyways, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I don't really buy it. Oh wait, is that what it was? No, I think I'm misremembering. Anyway, but the play eat drink thing is not the logo of Comet Ping Pong. Like people had to really dig into that to find that. And it's still, it doesn't even look like the butterfly. Like none of this is convincing at all.
Something else. It's weird that the CCTV cameras mysteriously got turned around backwards to face the wall behind them on the exact day that someone stormed the restaurant with a gun. It is weirder when the man who did said shooting turns out to have been an out-of-work actor with a prior conviction for a DUI.
So okay, Madison Welch. Okay, a lot of things there. I didn't hear that the cameras in Comet Ping Pong were turned around and facing the wall. If maybe I missed that. What I had heard was that the traffic cameras around Comet Ping Pong were not working that day. But I don't know. I would have to verify that. I can't debunk that off the top of my head. But the other thing he just said was what?
Behind them on the exact day that someone stormed the restaurant with a gun. It is weirder when the man who did said shooting turns out to have been an out-of-work actor.
Okay, yeah. He wasn't an out-of-work actor. His father had some sort of a film studio. He had been involved in some short films while he was in college. Madison Welch, the shooter. I mean, the gunman, let's call him. He has like a couple of IMDb credits. I think one from his dad's movies, and then one from a short film he wrote in college. But he's not an out-of-work actor. He was a volunteer firefighter, and he worked at I think a grocery store. And leading up to Pizzagate, he became leading up to the day he drove to Washington, D.C., he stopped showing up to work. He stopped showing up to his volunteer firefighting gig. They fired him from both. And, but yeah, calling him a out-of-work actor is just inaccurate. That was not ever what he was trying to do. He did it. He acted a few times, whatever, for, his family or, while he was in college, but not accurate to say he's an out-of-work actor.
With a prior conviction for a DUI, who immediately prior to the shooting was in a late-night car accident where he hit a pedestrian.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why he's saying it like that makes it suspicious, but in fact, I think that if you look at Madison Welch's life, he's always okay, I can go into this, but Madison Welch's older brother died as a child in a car accident, and it really traumatized his whole family. And growing up, his family would take in foster kids, and like really impressed on Madison Welch how important it is to protect children. Like protecting children, it was like a huge thing for him. When he was a teenager, he went to Haiti to volunteer there, and he was so upset by all the suffering that he witnessed while volunteering in Haiti with his church that he called home, and he was like, "You have to let me bring these children back here to help them. There's children, there's orphans, like we need to help them. We need to adopt, like blah, blah, blah." Like he had a little bit of like a mental breakdown over this. And if you look through his life, you just find so many points in time where he's like all about protecting the children. And then just a few months before Pizzagate, he was involved in an accident where he hit someone. He hit a child and injured them severely. And he called the ambulance, and he stayed with them at the scene, and he actually performed CPR. He's a volunteer firefighter. So he knew like how to perform this sort of shit. He did some emergency medical procedure on this kid. And the kid turned out okay. The kid didn't die, but he was severely injured. He had to be, I think, airlifted out on a helicopter to the nearest hospital. And like that moment seems to be like maybe the thing that pushed him into this depression that led to him becoming so pizza pilled, and led to him watching a bunch of InfoWars videos and trying to get some of his friends to come with him to Comet Ping Pong. And he was texting his girlfriend, he texted one of his friends who was like a former Marine or something like that, and he was like, "We need to go do this. We gotta get our guns and go to this thing and rescue the children." And his friend didn't even say no. His friend was like, "All right, why don't we make it more of like a stakeout? Like, let's not go in with guns. Let's just see what's up. Let's scout it. Let's make sure. Let's gather intel or whatever." And then he was just like, "That's not good enough." And he went by himself. And yeah, anyway, so but to bring up that accident as if it's like, isn't it suspicious that just a few months earlier he was in an accident that hit a pedestrian? It's like, I mean, no, I feel like it actually makes a lot of sense. Like, I feel like that accident is what pushed him down this path, this guy.
Immediately prior to the shooting was in a late-night car accident where he hit a pedestrian. I'm not going to get into the emails because that is a whole other can of worms, but needless to say, it is unusual for a...
Actually, I'm not sure what he's talking about there. What emails?
Notable political figure to request to rent a...
Oh, Podesta. Okay. He's talking about Podesta emails.
Pizza for an hour.
That is not what he said. Oh, God. This is really bad. There is a Podesta email where, and I can probably find it. So John Podesta, if you guys don't remember this, he was Hillary Clinton's campaign manager. He got his email hacked by what appears to be a Russian group called Fancy Bear, I think they were called, the Internet Research Agency, something like that. Pizza for an hour. So, so it looks like, yeah, there's a bit of a back and forth between Tony Podesta, that's John Podesta's brother, and John Podesta. Tony says, wait, what is it? Oh, boy. I guess it looks like they're trying to organize when they're going to have dinner together. Back on the 12th, may have to go to Somalia to give me some dates. MLK Day? That might work. Somalia? Jeez. Okay. Jan 6. Mary not free. Would love to get pizza for an hour or come over. Like, this is not a guy trying to rent pizza for an hour. This is a guy trying to sorry, what am I trying to say here? This is a guy who is busy. He's usually busy. He's Italian. He talks about food a lot. And he's saying, he's trying to organize a time he can meet with this guy. And he goes, love to get pizza for an hour, or you could come over. He's like, if I go to your place, I can only stay for an hour. Love to get pizza for an hour. That's what this is. And then, people on 4chan saw it and they're like, wait, what does he mean get pizza for an hour? Pizza isn't a thing you rent. And it's like, no, he's just like, I don't have time for this shit. Show the Podesta paintings. That is genuinely like creepy. The Tony Podesta's art. Oh wait, yeah, was it Tony Podesta? This part is genuinely creepy. This guy has pretty bad taste in art, I would say. I think he was like pretty glad that. Is this true, or is this like some of these I think are true, but yeah. So the paintings by Serbian artist Biljana Đurđević. Some are owned by Podesta's brother, Tony Podesta. Jeez. So do we not know what? Excuse me, paintings he owns? I thought there was at least like a photo of one of these in his house. But these are creepy. This is something in his house. This weird little thing. One of his favorite works, Louise Bourgeois' Arch of Hysteria. Is there any other ones? I guess not. Yeah. So okay, here's one. That looks like a painting by that person, the Serbian artist. What a weird house this guy has. But like these pictures here, these are by her. And a lot of them are sort of like weirdly suggestive of children. Like I think she is going for some kind of like artistic or, she's going for something like here's like a young boy. He's all tied up at a swimming pool. Oh, this is the one that's actually in Podesta's house. I don't know if you can see where my mouse is. Hang on. This one here, I'll circle it in pink. Can you see? I got to make these colors that I use more saturated. This one here is the one that's actually in his house. So like it's a little hard to see there, like blurry, but yeah, I'm not sure if any of these other ones are in here. And it's not. It says this is his artwork, like the. Oops, let me get rid of that. Clear. It says that this is his artwork. It's not his artwork. He didn't draw it. But yeah, that's some of the art. I mean, the guy has like weird taste in art. I would go so far as to say bad taste, but I think one of these is definitely in his house. I don't think they all are. But even when you see the stuff that is in his house, like there is definitely some weird shit. I ain't gonna lie. Anyway. But hey, you're allowed to have weird art in your house without being a horrifying monster.
A pizza worms, but needless to say, it is unusual for a notable political figure to request to rent a pizza for an hour.
There's nothing there. I don't know. I can see, okay, Diligent Escape. So you're a little, okay, normie, keep drinking the fluoridated water. Yeah, no, you're definitely a little bit more pilled than I am, but that's cool. Oh, sorry, it looks like he's gone. That's chill though. Hey, listen, you're allowed to watch a stream if, no matter what you believe. Hey, I don't know everything. I go back and forth on a lot of conspiracy theories. I don't think I'll be doing that on Pizzagate. I think my opinion is pretty much solidified on Pizzagate, but I do go back and forth a lot of the time on conspiracy theories. Oh yeah, you don't like this? You don't like Flesh Simulator? He's good. He makes good videos. I don't think this was one of his best, but anyway, let's keep watching. And he's definitely like more pilled than me, which is fine.
The news response to this controversy is where I want to leave off, because I think it's important to understand why this was such a polarizing event for so many people. The media response to this was resolute and unified. Not real, not real, not real, not real, not real, not real. It's been debunked, it's been debunked, it's been debunked. And then after someone shot a hard drive, dangerous fringe conspiracy theory, dangerous fringe conspiracy theory. One of the only people in the media who did any investigation.
I feel like there wasn't that much on it until the Madison Welch came into the thing.
Whatsoever was a local news anchor in Georgia named Ben Swan. He looked into it and did a short segment in 2018 going over some of the same things I did.
Yeah, no, S. Lawless. Oh, is he the guy from before that I like kicked out? The other stream? Oh, I didn't. Or are you saying that from this stream? Because he was saying some anti-Semitic shit earlier, and I was like, knock it off. Anyway. But yeah.
And was immediately unceremoniously fired for doing so. Some of the same only people
I missed this. What was he saying?
In the media who did any investigation whatsoever was a local news anchor in Georgia named Ben Swan. He looked into it and did a short segment in 2018 going over some of the same things I did, and was immediately unceremoniously fired for doing so. But there are 3 other journalists I'd like to bring up. 3 of the most hardline debunkers of the theory, at least one of whom with personal ties to accused members of the political establishment. Slade Somer.
What? Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean this is like always a classic move on Pizzagate. That this is like something that Elon Musk posted. The journalist who debunked Pizzagate just got caught with child porn. And it's like, no. What do you mean? First of all, what do you mean the journalist? Because a lot of journalists did this. And second of all, no, he didn't. And they named it somebody. I could look that up too, but yeah, no, it looks like Flesh Simulator has caught his own error here. That is not what he's talking about.
James Meek and Darren Bell have since been arrested. Arrested for what? Okay, well, so you know the band Lost Prophets? That. If you don't know the band Lost Prophets, you know the singer Gary Glitter? That. Okay, so the official takeaway of my opinion on this? Nothing. I have no opinion. I'm not sharing any opinion. I've done nothing but collate freely available factual info. If this is my last video, hey, I guess it was all true. So, to the powers that be, the best way to discredit this video is actually to give it a huge algo boost. Give it the Mr. Beast treatment.
It's fine. Oh, it's not bad. Yeah, I don't know. I do not find any of that convincing, but we'll see. I don't know. I have my own video coming out about this hopefully very soon. Fingers crossed. But yeah, no, I mean I like I like this stuff here. Rod, Wait. For the record, I'm not saying the paintings mean anything, but come on, paintings! I also want to applaud this guy's use of fog and depth of field in this video. Kind of like a painting. That's funny. Yo, Rod, what's going on with you in Martha's Vineyard? You've been like running around Martha's Vineyard lately, I understand, fucking with Alan Dershowitz. Why don't we watch some of that? Is there like a YouTube video on that yet? Or is it I've been seeing like stuff on like TikTok, I guess, or other platforms. Where do I find your stuff? Rod Weber Dershowitz. I think. Now just give me a second over here. Here, oh, click your name? Oh, easy. Okay, cool. Go to channel. Okay, here we go. All right, here it is. That's the dumpster fire. One sec. How do I do this again? Yes. Videos. By the way, guys, here's Rod Weber's channel. Go give him a subscription. Which one of these should I watch? The 50 minutes of Hitler defending Alan Dershowitz lectured regarding Epstein? Hell yeah. Or should I watch Pedos for Dershowitz? Oh boy. Hulk Hogan coward, Vermin Supreme. Okay. Let's try this one. Let's give you guys a little taste.
It's a big old...
Oh, the 15 minutes? Okay. Let's watch the 15 minutes. Here we go.
I don't support Trump. Let's be clear.
Yeah.
I don't support...
So you actually went to Martha's Vineyard, where Alan Dershowitz is currently at war with a pierogi stand, and who refuses to serve him because he's history's worst person. And he's trying to sue them and just like making a big scene out of it. Let's go.
Support Trump.
Right.
But if I were living in a democracy...
Yes.
...and somebody like Hitler came along and his speech was denied, I would defend him.
Hey, Alan.
Hey.
How's it going?
Good.
I see. Hitler defending.
How you doing?
So I wanted to ask, who is your favorite corrupt?
Whoa, he didn't want to talk? That's a first. Dersh usually cannot stop himself from talking.
Epstein associate: Les Wexner, Leon Black, Ehud Barak, Glenn Dubin, Jess Staley, Reid Hoffman, Peter Thiel, Tom Barak, Tom Pritzker, Jamie Dimon. In your legal opinion, is it legal for famous people to grab women by the pussy? What's Trump best at? Rank fraud, injecting bleach, or convincing his followers to do a coup d'etat? You advised Trump to pardon Ghislaine Maxwell. If Trump appoints Ghislaine as Secretary of Youth Outreach, will you consult? Who Nazi saluted better, Elon Musk or Hitler? Did you advise Trump to inspect his naked teenage beauty contestants? Was Trump afraid of what Epstein knew, or was Epstein afraid of what Trump might say if he flipped?
This is what you get on the video.
That's right. What's the best way to...
Is it? Good. He loves the Vineyard, by the way. Dershowitz, he fucking loves the Vineyard, and he hates that he's like not cool there anymore.
Murder a blackmailer, Alan. If you had to choose one, what's Trump best at? Child sex crimes, genocide, or being a Nazi? What's Trump best at? Defrauding children's charities, hoodwinking his supporters, or creating fake universities? If the Epstein files are fake and a hoax, why didn't the Biden administration use them? Is Trump a child rapist? No?
It's irrelevant.
Is it irrelevant?
I'm not.
When Jesus returns, will he be wearing a MAGA hat or will he come as a liberal drag queen to test your faith? Why did you hang with Epstein so much? Because you like underage girls or because you love underage girls? What kind of compromat did Epstein have on Trump? Video, paperwork, or just enough witnesses to keep him compliant? What's
Does he talk to you at any point?
Trump best at? Denying black tenants, taking out ads against the Central Park Five, or paying to have Epstein killed? What's Trump best at?
Did you have all this like memorized, or was it like written down or something, or how did you get all of this stuff out? That's crazy.
Pardoning war criminals, pardoning pedophiles, or raping E. Jean Carroll? Some of your clientele: Klaus von Bülow, wife murderer; OJ Simpson, wife murderer. How does your wife feel about all this? Is she safe? Do we?
That's good. That's good. He famously defends wife murderers. That's kind of his whole thing. When Picard shows up, this part, right? Let me jump ahead a little bit.
Same island.
Oh.
Okay. Let me go back a bit.
What's more grotesque, throwing a party with Epstein and 28 women, or pretending the cameras weren't
Alan, remember me from Epstein Island?
Oh,
it's Lolita.
It's Lolita.
It's Lolita, everybody.
So this is what the vineyard has become.
I'm with Alan Dershowitz.
Would you like a pierogi, please?
Do it.
Sure. Can you feed me? Can you put it in my mouth?
Oh God.
Is it true?
But you're
Is it
shaking
true
your
that
head.
you said
because
the reason
you don't understand.
age of consent is 15?
I'll take it.
Yeah.
Why did you defend Trump in his impeachment?
Because it was unconstitutional, and I also defended Clinton. I also defended Ted Kennedy.
Is it true?
But you're
Is it
shaking
true
your
that
head
you said
because
the reason
you don't understand. The
age of consent is 15. Alan, does this dress make my ass look big?
Your wonderful career.
Alan,
So you guys did this together, right, Rod? You and Lolita here. You guys came together. Like I think you're telling me that. To whatever, humiliate this guy.
All of the work.
I appreciate that.
Alan, don't ignore me. You didn't ignore me on Epstein Island.
It's very important that the public know who is behind.
I'm behind you.
I've been seeing like a bunch of like photos from this and like the news and stuff, and you guys are always in the background, but I can always see Mike Picard, Lolita here, like is in so many of the photos.
This, and it's very important that they understand that it's the difference between decency and indecency.
Can you just tell me if this makes my ass look big, Alan?
In your legal opinion, can you, if you're a famous person, grab women by the pussy? Can you grab Lolita by the pussy?
And you'll notice, by the way, that the Vineyard police think I was harassing him because I just asked him a question, but they're not here to protect me from harassment, even though
But we're together. We're together, though.
Who's here? You're here? No, I'm not here. Yeah.
Did you attend
not here.
Epstein Island thinking it was just a pierogi stand for young Republicans?
Alan,
People in the Vineyard.
you weren't ignoring me on Epstein Island.
Disgusting why? Lolita's beautiful, just as beautiful as all the girls you got underwear massages from, right?
Underwear
Alan.
massages.
Didn't we have fun on the island together?
I mean, what's...
That's
I am
amazing.
requesting that you give him some space and stop that. If you refuse that, then we can discuss further steps.
Okay, let's discuss further.
All right, let's walk over
That's awesome.
here. We'll talk about it.
Am I being detained?
Not at this time. I'm asking you to discuss
Okay.
it with me.
No, thank you.
It's like if you refuse to do that, then let's discuss further steps. Okay. What are the further steps?
Okay.
They have a First Amendment right to address me, but not to
I'm with-
follow me and
I'm
harass
with
me.
Alan.
And there is a line.
We came together.
I defend completely their right to say whatever they want to say about me.
That's fine.
I just think that they have to keep a little bit of a distance and not get between me and my wife.
But we're together, Alan.
Okay, sir. Do you hear what he's requesting? He's requesting some space.
Okay.
He's not telling you to, you have to stop.
All right.
Expressing your opinion.
All right.
But he's asking you to give him some physical space.
Okay.
So he feels more comfortable. He's feeling uncomfortable.
All right.
All right. So
And
please
in fact,
give him some physical space.
I'll consider
I
it.
support them saying.
And here's the guy, right? This is
Art,
the
and you
pierogi guy.
protested it, and the rabbi
pierogi
said
person.
that was an anti-Semitic act. Do you disagree with that?
I do disagree with
You
that.
think it's okay to protest Jewish cultural events and not be called an anti-Semite?
Thank you.
My vendor just
Yeah.
What?
my vendor
What is he even talking about? I thought his whole thing was he wanted pierogies.
just called me over.
Excuse me, what
Let me
this
know
man is
that a word that
saying.
you used made them
What
feel a
this
little
man is
uncomfortable.
saying.
Be quiet.
Anti-Semite.
No,
That's what they.
what this man is saying.
Graham just called me over.
This is what I always see. This thing in the background. Trump Epstein 2028.
Protest Jews at all.
And they just let me know that made them feel uncomfortable. So if there's anything I can do to help complete this transaction.
I offered him this book too.
Oh, yes. They are they. True. I mean, Gable's pathetic old man may be one thing, but like Alan Dershowitz is like a monster. Like Alan Dershowitz is a very, very bad person. I don't know. I'm usually pretty maybe sometimes in the favor of, letting people be and not harassing them, but no, this guy deserves it. This guy, we don't need to feel bad for Alan Dershowitz in any circumstance.
I see
My
that.
pronouns are they, them, and you know about this, that my pronouns are they, them, and you continue to misgender me.
No, I use them all the time.
No, you just called me him, so
Well,
please stop
people
lying.
have slips of the tongue. You are they, you are them. I'm happy to use whatever pronouns you want. This is not about that. This is about you protesting a Jewish event.
Oh, I see. Sorry. He's a creep, not defending him. Oh, so I get it. So you're like, y'all are harassing a pathetic old man. Awesome. You're like, that's great. Cool.
You did?
So-
Did you protest the Jewish event? Well,
Yes.
you won't answer that
So,
question? You're
Alan,
not
I want to introduce myself.
No
Hi,
way.
I'm Alan.
Hi, Alan.
He pretended to come with a cane the day after this because he's like faking his age. He just wants a lawsuit. Yeah. That makes sense. Brought him blow up sex doll next time.
I'm Talia.
Hi, Talia.
I'm a Jewish member of the community who's one of the organizers of the Peaceful
Dang. So this has got to be like one of the like best videos of this whole exchange, eh?
Jewish
Did anybody use it on the news or anything?
led protest
Against?
outside of the Jewish Cultural
The Jewish
Festival.
Cultural Festival. You protested
please
it. The
let me
fact that you're
finish?
Jewish
This
doesn't
is
matter.
not a cross-examination, it's a conversation.
Okay. Go
Okay?
ahead. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's very important to know how much of the vineyard supports this bigotry.
Listen
Hey,
to me.
don't call us bigots.
You are.
Don't call us bigots. My grandparents died in the Holocaust.
Yeah.
Hey, don't you call me an anti-Semite.
That festival.
Everybody, please.
With banners that said, all liberation is inextricably linked. My Jewish culture is a history
The extreme close-ups on Mike Picard are so jarring. He's got like that like GoPro on a stick he's holding.
of resistance against genocide. We are not anti-Semites. We
You
stand
damn.
against oppression
You
of all
didn't,
people.
you didn't protest Israel. You protested a Jewish cultural event with Jewish music and Jewish
telling me
food.
what I protested.
Because everybody was there. They saw it. You didn't protest Israel.
Were you there?
Of course I was.
Did you read? You weren't there.
Of course I was.
Truth is
Of course I
subjective.
was.
Okay, we
Yeah.
get to all
That's
have
what
opinions.
all bigots say, that truth is subjective.
Telling your
Oh, okay, fisheye GoPro, yeah. Yeah, no, that's amazing. Well done. Definitely, guys, go subscribe. Check out the dumpster fire documentary. It's go subscribe to Rod Weber, friend of the show, and you're still fucking with him, right? You're like, or you're on like a from what I understand, like a Martha's Vineyard sort of tour. What's the other island? Halliburton or something? No, that's not right. Nantucket? What is it? Excuse me. Hell yeah. Love it. Well, yeah, I think, you know what? I think people are starting to clear out. I think, I'll leave it there, but definitely go check out Rod Weber's, channel and the rest of that video and, the other stuff he's got going on there. And yeah, tune in on next week. So next Sunday stream I'll do. I'm going to try doing the next one on my second channel, which is this Extra Chill Goblin. So if you're not subscribed to me over there, please, I beg you, subscribe to me over here. I desperately need more subs. And I might try stream more on there as long as I can get it to work. Because every time I do a stream on my main channel, which I'm doing right now, I get like, a lot of good stuff. I got to get like people who actually watch. It's really great. I've never had like a streaming platform like this. It's really cool. I have fun with it. But I do lose about 50 to 100 subs every time I stream. So I don't want that. I don't want to lose subs. I work very hard on my on acquiring subs on this on my main channel. So I'm gonna try doing it over there more. Anyway, guys, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed the show or whatever, learned something. Definitely also check out Rod Weber's shorts. Shorts, not short pants, but short videos. And I'm glad to see that the ping pong poll started around 11 at one point. I guess, Flesh Simulator was making some points, went up to 13%. Yes, I believe Pizzagate is real. And then now it's back down to 9%. So like all is right with the world. I think we've come a long way. Things are good. I don't know. Oh, I can raid on Twitch. I don't think I have anyone watching on Twitch. Nope, I literally have no one watching on Twitch. Okay, that one might be tough. I'll see what I can do. Yeah, I lose subscribers when I stream on my main channel on YouTube. I think it's because they're like, they get the notification, I guess, when I stream, and they're like, ugh, annoying. I don't want this notification. I'm going to unsubscribe. So I think that is what happens. And especially when I do it like week after week, it's like, I'm always getting notifications from this guy. Unsubscribe. I think that's probably what's happening. Anyway, gang. Well, since I don't have to worry about rating anyone, I think I might just start into broadcast. So this one goes out here's to you guys. And I don't know.